The entire purpose of affirmative action set aside civil rights laws, laws that limit constitutional rights to freedom of contract, freedom of association. All of that was to make up for the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. So unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, you've taken away the whole purpose of this. So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational Black American, I'm always pointing to, unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
African Americans built this nation. We built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that, okay? I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
That show me subscribe.
Make no mistake, we're the only Black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't Black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your Black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking, we're delineating and now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, mistake, we're the only Black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't Black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your Black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, we built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, with the linear eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say,
Yeah, peace, grand rising to all. Grand rising to all. The downloadable song. I don't know. Like, there's internet tools to download songs. I'm not sure. Like, I know, I'm not sure. You probably got to ask the chat how to download the song. But the RBG represents the Pan-Africanist flag. Okay, the red, black, and green colors represents the Pan-Africanist flag. The thumbnail shows their first leader, their first unified leader, Marcus Garvey. The thumbnail shows him waging war, right? He's waging war. He's waging the diaspora war. The diaspora war started with Marcus Garvey. And it grew. And really, when Marcus Garvey started it was more subtle. It was more of a Cold War. So Marcus Garvey's diaspora war was kind of subtle. It was outright, but subtle. And you could look at it as a Cold War. He was undermining everything our leaders in civil rights activist has done for the country. Like all the momentum, he was trying to undermine it and re-ravel everything. And like in a subtle way. That was like a Cold War. And up until the conversation of reparations. So you can say about 100 years later from Garvey, we had a conversation of, from the start of Garvey, we had a conversation of reparations. And once they understood that we were making it lineage based, that's when the Cold War turned out to an all out war. Now, they always felt certain ways about us, as we see so many Africans and Caribbean people tell us about how their families felt about us. Now, you know how they want to act like they were all called an African booty scratcher? Well, then we're going to act like all of y'all parents came with that energy. Okay, so we both can play that game. So there we go, the RBG. So yeah, so that's his army. So that's his army of tethers trying to undermine us, either in a Cold War or all outright war. Yeah, so we can make the argument, since all of you want to claim all of you were called an African booty scratcher, well, we're going to say, well, all of your parents taught you to hate us, look down on us, and your kids were taught that. So when they came amongst us with those anti-FBA attitudes, anti-FBA remarks that they got from their parents, yes, most likely they got some smoke from our kids and they called them some names, right? But you'd have never got that energy had you never came with that old, it's crazy. We're hearing about Africans and Caribbean folks say that their parents told them to stay away from us upon arriving, but that's not called, they don't call that dividing, right? Like, yo, you guys delineated as soon as you got here. And then you call us divisive. Like, let's have that conversation this morning. You dig? Anyway. Yeah, anybody that so let me give you the link to the song where it's not coupled with other stuff. The FBA national anthem, the lineage national anthem. And you could download it from there. Let me see if I could do that. I'm gonna put the link. Put the link in the chat of the actual anthem by itself. And anybody who's interested can download it from there. I don't know how you're gonna download it. Like, I have my own ways to download stuff, but it costs money. You feel me? So I don't know if there's a free way. I'm sure there's a free way to download stuff. The Queens on a rant. It says, Grand Rising family. Let me make the Queens on a rant a moderator. Give the Queens on a rant a lineage wrench. There you go. So that's the link to the national anthem right there. However you can download it, go ahead. It's free use, public use, as long as nobody purposely try to remix it or misrepresent it. It's all good. Grand Rising roll call. We got Afro Troop TV. Tell the truth and shame these foreign devils. We're attacked by all sides. We're attacked by white supremacists, and white supremacists has their minions, and the minions, unfortunately, is everybody else. You think I ain't got a name? Sam B, Claus and Dam, AI Med Spy, April's Jewel. You dig? Your granddaddy nurse, Baker Boy, 3, Tashi D, A McMill, MC Fact, FBA Convo. You dig? And the Queens on the rant. All right, so I got some interesting things for you. A lot of stuff I don't read. I got so much stuff I don't know when to play it. But let me attempt now. So some things you heard before, some things you haven't possibly. But I know for a fact this first video you heard before, but I'm gonna play it again because this cannot be undermined. You got to really listen to everything she says, Jamaican lady in America. Listen to this.
The way how African Americans prioritize blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their blackness.
Okay, but you guys would tell me that I'm tripping when I say they're not black. Okay, so now let me go into the PDF that I'm making for you guys. Okay, I got what is culture there. Hold on, let me make it expanded. So I got what is culture. I go into foundation of Black American culture, how to defend that, all the talking points to defend that. Why, and I exposed why Tether say we don't have no culture, right? Their logic, and that's the culture section, right? Then more culture, because Africans want to define for us what is real culture, and real culture will come down to being in a tribe, basically being an African. So that's the culture section, right? Culture is deep. It's deep. Free PDF I'm sending folks once I'm done with this. Okay, so this goes to, we're not your generic African, right? Everybody's something else but African. Nigerians are Nigerians. Zimbabweans are Zimbabweans. Nobody's African. Haitians are Haitians. But when it comes to us, we are the generic African. So I go behind why nobody's an African, and nobody's definitely a generic African. So that's what that part is about. But then I go into, there we go, Black. How we are the only Black people. Everybody else is just named after their homeland and their tribe. So this is the section right here. This is pretty deep. And I explain what we mean when we say we are Black and what it meant when others were called Black. Totally different. Totally different. All right. So then when you hear Tether speak for themselves, they confirm it. They confirm they're not Black. So it's like, wait a minute. I'm saying they're not Black. They are saying they're not Black. How does that equate to they're Black? Just like Tariq say he's not our leader, we say he's not the leader. How does that equate to he's the leader? Like, listen, man, take people's word for how we use it, what we're saying. Take our words, right? Hold them, plant them in the ground, let them grow. I'm saying they're not Black. They're saying they're not Black. That gotta mean something. Tariq said he's not the leader. We say he's not the leader. That gotta mean something.
So, experience with her invalidate that create when it comes to us immigrants.
One more time. Maxwell Jenkins in the building, songwriter. And somebody's gonna chime in at some point today and convince me why we need elders, right? So they're gonna give their, now I hope it goes smooth, but I'm gonna have pushback, and I hope they can handle the pushback. If I can handle their push forward, they gotta handle my pushback.
The way how African Americans prioritize blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their blackness. So, you know how African Americans would say, oh, Black writer, Black creator, Black artist, Black lawyer, Black doctor, Black woman in STEM. No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality, maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that.
And basically, blackness is whatever blackness you want to call them, that's last. Okay, that's last. Peace to Latanya Richardson. Let me make you a mod, give you your lineage wrench. Okay. Yeah. So she gave you the priority. Okay. Immigration first, Nationality second. She's Jamaican. Her career is third. And lastly, whatever you want to group them, whatever racial category you want to group them in. That's whatever. One more time.
Lawyer, black doctor.
And don't get mad at her for speaking her truth, right? This is her truth. I'm not mad at her for her truth. All we can ask for is honesty. And she's giving us honesty, man. And I applaud her because I use this as a point of reference for folks who act like I'm tripping.
How African Americans prioritize blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their blackness. So, you know how African Americans would say, oh, black writer, black creator, black artist, black lawyer, black doctor, black woman in STEM. No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality, maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that. So immigrant, Jamaican, marketer, whatever else comes after that. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you.
All right, she said that's the issue we are having. That's no longer an issue for me. You dig? Kendrick Lamar said the same thing. Y'all got mad. One more time, so you don't know, your ears are not deceiving you.
So doctor, black woman in STEM. No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality, maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that.
Do you want to call her black? She's saying that's last for her as far as priority. And what was her point for making this video? Like, what did she expect to gain? Like, what was her entire message? What did she want folks to take from that, from this video? Bottom line, she wasn't trying. She was letting us know, she was communicating they're not like us. She said it in 1,000 different ways. You're either going to accept it or you're not.
So immigrant, Jamaican, marketer, whatever else comes after that. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you.
Got it. Noted. Duly noted. Same energy. Keep that same energy. So she was Jamaican. This one is Nigerian. All right. So when I say they're not black, you guys trip. When they say they're not black, what's up?
Let me say that again. I am not black. Okay? Hear me out.
We don't need you. I agree. That's why I have that PDF coming out. You're not black. Right. So they're saying that. So you went from a Jamaican to a Nigerian, and they're all agreeing we're not black. We don't use black the way FBAs use black. They're saying they only use black as a descriptor term where, hey, look, I'm darker today. She's blacker, or look how I look. That's not who I am. That's how they look. We use black to represent who we are. I am black. That's who I am. That's not how they use black. They use black to describe what they look like, not who they are.
Let me say that again. I am not black. Okay? Hear me out. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as black. She's like, you're not black, you're Nigerian, you're African. I feel like
Thank you. I say the same thing, and you guys act like I'm crazy. Okay? She said her mom. She said her mom hated when she said she was black. God damn.
The term someone is
hate.
I'm not black. Let me say that again. I am not black. Okay? Hear me out. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as black. She's like, you're not black, you're Nigerian, you're African. I feel like the term someone is black obviously comes from the slave era, but it also just describes displaced people that don't know their heritage. So I feel like people that do know their heritage, to try and curb racism in some way, people are going to be racist. Ignorance is ignorance. You can't. But just curb racism in a small way. Stop referring to yourself as black. You know, if you know where you're from, you're raised in a certain household. You know, Somalians are Somalians, Ethiopians are Ethiopians, Nigerians are Nigerians. Like, if you know where you're
Ain't that my talking point? I say they're not black. Haitians are Haitians. Jamaicans are Jamaicans. Nigerians aren't. Yeah, she said exactly what I said, word for word.
From, why refer to yourself as a color? I feel like when we say black.
See, they think FBAs, they think when we say black, We're talking about how we look. We're describing ourselves. This is the hate they have for us. They don't even want to know. They don't even want to know how we use it.
Like, if you know where you're from, why refer to yourself as a color? I feel like when we say black, it just sounds so harsh and like this.
Yeah, MC Fact said, but they ultimately want black tangibles. Fact. We got Killmonger, my hero in the building. We have Smile Step in the building. We have Hero, the Duke of the Great Lakes. Well, I see another name. Christ is a black man's in the building. Okay. Oh, Revon, aka stepped in the building.
This is black. I'm brown. You know, I'm Nigerian at the end of the day. Like, that's who I am. That's where I come from. So I understand when you say black British or black American because you don't know where you're from. You're just a person of color in the city that you're in. Obviously, you still be treated the way you're treated, but just like, I feel like it just, when I hear someone refer to me as black, it just sounds so harsh, especially coming from a certain demographic. I think if you have...
All right, so she's not done.
So I understand when you say black British or black American because you don't know where you're from. You're just a person of color in the city that you're in. Obviously, you still be treated the way you're treated, but just like, I feel like it just, when I hear someone refer to me as black, it just sounds so hard.
Yeah, look how she says the word black. Like, she put the stank on it. Look at this.
In the city that you're in. Obviously, you still be treated the way you're treated, but just like, I feel like it just, when I hear someone refer to me as black, it just sounds...
Yeah, when she said black, why it looks like she's spitting at the same time. Look at this.
So harsh. It's when I hear someone refer to me as black, it just sounds so harsh.
Like she's about to puke.
When I hear someone refer to me as black, it just sounds so harsh. Especially
Yeah, telling me you can do something with people like this.
When I hear someone refer to me as black, it just sounds so harsh.
So she said black like she was about to throw up. Like the word black makes her throw up. Well, look at how some of our ancestors felt. Okay, this is John Mercer Langston, 1829, transitioned in 1897. So yes, he transitioned after he became a citizen of the United States. So he witnessed the Dred Scott case or decision fall apart. Okay. Listen what he says. 1829 family.
I have always called our people Negroes. Perhaps you don't like it. I do. I want it to become synonymous with character.
He wanted Negro to be linked with ideas of good character, because at that time it was linked with slave and just about any other negative idea you can think of. And he wanted to change that.
We are no longer Negroes simply, no longer colored people simply, but a part of the great whole of the mighty American nation.
To affirm their American identity, blacks noted the various cultures that made up the civilizations of the world and the emergence of a new race in the United States.
Even John Mercer Langston, 1829, understood ethnogenesis. Okay? This guy was around before the Dred Scott case. And he understood that we are a new race in the United States. Now, this is something I never shared with you guys. As you can see, I always had this 5 months ago. You dig? So I got a lot of stuff tucked away. I don't want to overdo it. But a new race in the United States. We call that today ethnogenesis.
The word race is used a lot of the times as a synonym for ethnic identity or ethnicity, which is basically people who are culturally distinguishable from other groups, which is what he's referring to here by saying a new race in the United States.
That's a quote from John Mercer Langston. This white dude wrote the book right here. Leon F. Litwack, Been in the Storm So Long. The Aftermath of Slavery. Okay, that's the book. I'm not done. I'm just getting started. Okay, what about this one?
Whether descended from Europeans or Africans, they suggested, Americans, white and black, were in the process of developing racial characteristics as severely individual as those of Europeans, Asians, and Africans, meaning those known as whites and blacks in the USA had developed unique identities from those in Europe, Asia, and Africa.
So he's explaining even white people have undergone an ethnogenesis from those in Europe. Okay. John Mercer Langston.
And by this time, the white man was clearly different from his European ancestors,
See?
just as Negroes were greatly different from their African ancestors.
So when Pan-Africanists lie, see, I got this tucked in the way to cook a Pan-Africanist. That's why some things I don't show, because I'm waiting to bury somebody. Okay, figuratively. But you gotta say that nowadays. They'll take that literally. But as you can see, we in 1829 did not call ourselves from Africa. We African. We realized we were different. We understood our ethnogenesis. We were not dummies back 200 years ago. We were standing on business. This is something a Pan-Africanist will purposely not run into because they cherry pick the confirmation biased research. Okay, again, it's 5 months ago I had this waiting to drop it on somebody, but tethers do flee. They don't have that warrior spirit when we're in front of them. Professor Smalls was the manifestation of talking bad behind our back, but once Tariq Nasheed confronted him, all of a sudden, can we all just get along?
Surely, the voice of the AME Church would argue, no one could expect black people in the United States to be Africans after their lengthy residence in this land.
Okay, so they always brag about the AME Church. Oh, it's called the African Methodist Episcopal, but the word African is there. So, but look how they believe.
United States to be black people in the United States to be Africans. The voice of the AME Church would argue, no one could expect black people in the United States to be Africans after their lengthy residence in this land.
So, you see? Now look, this is a quote from, what's it, Richard? Is this Richard Allen? I know Richard Allen found it. I'm not sure if this was a quote from Richard Allen. I got to research that, so I'm not going to say that. But Richard Allen, I believe, founded the AME Church. But this is a quote from somebody from the church. I'll figure it out later.
Land.
To say that we could have preserved our African characteristics after dwelling for almost 3 centuries upon this continent is most unphilosophical. Were it true, we would be the most stolid race of the world. But whoever credited the Negro for stolidity,
whether descended from Europeans or
so that's not it's not how we felt, family. Ain't none of us believe we were African. Don't let these funky holes in socks folks lie to you, man. Dashiki wearing, bones in their nose, big unk around their chest. Don't let them lie to you. Ain't nobody believe they were African. Yeah, let me see the views. I mean the likes. Y'all be tripping. Yeah, y'all tripping. The last night, I never got a one-time tell the late night crew to like the video. It's always mirroring the live viewership. So let's take some time and like the video. I'm giving y'all some good information. I'm showing you guys how we thought about ourselves in the early 1800s. We did this is some news right here. Okay, there's some groundbreaking news. Some of you guys never, like, we kind of figured it out, but we didn't really have accounts, names. I'm saying John Mercer Langston. Okay.
the fact is we are thoroughly Americans. And by
We are thoroughly, there was no doubt. We are thoroughly Americans.
the fact is we are thoroughly Americans. And by reason of the fact that we have been here longer than the majority of the new American race, we have developed more fully than they the characteristics by which it is to be known.
which is very true. There are many people of Asian and European descent that had ancestors that were relatively recent arrivals to this land. Many of them arrived in the mid to late 1800s.
That's right.
And millions of them came around that time, right? All the way up until the early 1900s. You had millions of people migrate to this country, right? It doesn't make them any less American, but the Negroes had been here much longer than that.
Right.
Right? And claiming Africa basically just throws all of that to the wind. Even as blacks emphasized their American roots, they could not agree on whether they were Negro, colored, black, or African Americans. And from our view, all of those names are unfitting.
The fact is,
right.
we are thoroughly American.
You want some more?
Henry M. Turner, a leader in the African Methodist.
So we're name dropping. So now he was a leader. Henry M. Turner was a leader in the African Methodist Episcopal Church. How did he view himself? The Africans in the title of the church. Did the members believe they were African? Well, let's hear from a leader.
Methodist Episcopal Church agreed with several of his ministerial colleagues that the term African should be stricken from the title.
So family, the leaders were trying to take the goddamn name African off the title of the first AME church that Pan-Africanists love to brag about. Like I said, Ben had this 5 months ago, just sitting on it, trying to get somebody in here, trying to cook them. But now I know they're afraid. You know, I can let some stuff out. But one of the leaders of the AME church wanted the term African to be stricken from the title. Listen why.
If only because it suggested exclusion. On the other hand,
unlike the most of my race,
he claimed pride in being called a Negro.
See, we didn't want that African term. We call ourselves Negro for the most part, and then colored. Okay? Nobody's running around calling himself African. Never until Jesse Jackson, late 80s, early 1990s, when he had that little plot to call us African American. And he had liberal media, Jewish media, all these people get behind him as he pushed it, and they forced it on applications. They never took a poll, no Congress, nothing written in law. He pushed African American the same way we pushed FBA. The only difference was he had white media behind him. We're just grassroots only. We got social media. He had white media. We got social media. That's the difference. Big difference.
He liked being called a Negro. Many other formerly enslaved did not, but for some reason he did.
When I am walking the streets of a city and hear someone say, "There goes a Negro preacher," or Negro chaplain, I feel a peculiar exaltedness.
Now, this is one of the leaders of the AME church.
He liked the ring of it, I guess, right? That's his preference. By the 1870s, the issue was far from settled, though colored seemed the most acceptable term, and a Louisiana newspaper indicated a willingness to accept Negro as long as it was capitalized like any other nationality.
Okay, but ain't nobody was talking about or arguing for African. Okay, they was trying to settle debate to be called colored or Negro. African was never on the table. Don't let these damn Tethers and Pan-Africanists lie to you, man. They ain't got no receipts. MD Williams in the building. Golden Brown is here. Hopefully, this be a great morning. Hopefully the likes are at least where the live viewership is at. Still far, but whatever.
Henry M. Turner.
Okay, so one more time. Henry M. Turner, a leader in the African Methodist Episcopal. The word African is there. Oh, so that means that we love to be called African. Wait.
Leader in the African Methodist Episcopal Church agreed with several of his ministerial colleagues that
several of his colleagues that the term what?
The term African should be stricken from the title.
So they didn't even want the term African no longer there to represent the African Methodist Episcopal Church. They wanted African gone. Okay. Now, Pan-Africans ain't gonna tell you that one. They just gonna brag about, yo, look, we would call ourselves African. Look at the AME church. Oh yeah, you want to go there? Well, click the link. Call the phone number. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Do you know who Henry M. Turner is? One of the leaders? Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's keep going now. We're going to talk a little bit about the Civil War. Okay, 1863, the shifting of ties. What happened here?
1863, the Day of Jubilee. The Emancipation Proclamation goes into effect. Black men are now allowed to enlist in the Union Army. Black recruits fill the ranks, knowing that military victories will be the only assurance of freedom. Lincoln turns his sights to Vicksburg, the last major Confederate stronghold on the Mississippi River. Vicksburg is the key, declares Lincoln. The war can never be brought to a close until that key is in our pocket. By river, land, and canal, General Grant works from January to April with little progress. Union forces in the East are in disarray. After the bloodbath at Fredericksburg, Lincoln dismisses General Burnside and promotes General Joe Hooker, a hard fighter. January 1st, 18...
They call this the shifting of ties. So when Turkey Nasheed articulates, the Union was getting beat up from the Confederates until we joined. You're not lying. It's actually called the shifting of ties. 1863 is when we enlisted. Now watch this. Oh. Okay. I wish give me a second. I gotta go get that. I can't leave that incomplete. Not like that. Let's go back. Y'all need to know what happened next. I hope everybody is having a great morning. Well, you're sipping your coffee, tea, or whatever you got to do.
On April 9th, Grant catches Lee at Appomattox Courthouse. Out of food, surrounded, and appallingly outnumbered, Lee surrenders. Johnston is brought to the same conclusion later that month, surrendering to Sherman at Bennett's Place. As the news spreads, Confederate units across the country lay down their arms. Amidst these surrenders, tragedy strikes. President Lincoln is assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, a famous actor and Southern sympathizer. North and South are both deprived of Lincoln's leadership in the painful reconstruction to come. Jefferson Davis flees southward but is captured in Georgia.
There you go. So right after we joined, the shifting of ties happened, and the war is won. Okay. One second.
In 1963, the Confederacy has...
So now we joined in 1863, the Civil War, right? And it was called the shifting of ties.
Suffered. Virginia lines are virtually unchanged since last year. By the end of 1863, the Confederacy has suffered severe losses in men and territory.
So a year after we joined, a significant, by the way, nobody was winning. If anybody, was Confederates winning. After we joined, it's called the shifting of tides. Now all of a sudden, the war is decided. Like shortly after we joined the war is decided.
But Northerners are tiring of war and bloodshed. Lincoln will be up for re-election in 1864. If the Confederates can hold out and continue to sap Northern morale, there is a chance that Lincoln will lose to a candidate who will seek a negotiated peace.
See that? So it was about to be a stalemate. Okay, so yeah, I do a little reading. I do a little watching. You feel me? I don't gotta hold up books to prove anything. I just talk about it.
The grim war continues. Abraham Lincoln promotes Grant to General-in-Chief of all Union armies.
Okay, so just make no mistake, this war was decided after we joined. It's called the shifting of tides. What Umar got to say?
America wants to create this illusion of a multicultural society where race don't matter. And America knows, because everybody wants to be here so badly, they don't have a problem shitting on black people to improve their relationship with the white power structure. So if you ask America wants to create this.
You see that? So even Umar admits that you got to try to shoot on, you got to try to poop on FBAs to get any type of success. So now you see why all these panels of diaspora wars, all these conservative tethers out here pooping on us, because they believe what Umar just said. If we poop on FBAs, it could be it could be a bag there, because white people, one thing about white racist people, we're on their mind 24/7, and they will love to just hear negative stuff about us around the clock. Like, you really got, listen, it's deep, family. I've been around people who like heavy Democrats, and I ain't judging, you ain't on trial. I'm just speaking the fact. I know heavy FBA Democrats who all day long, all around 24/7, all they do is watch negative news about Donald Trump all day long. They don't care to learn anything the Democratic Party is doing, what's new for them. All they do when that TV's on, all you hear is Trump this, Trump that, all day long. So some folks just into that. And white supremacists, that's all they like to do, is watch and listen to and read things about that's negative about FBAs all day long. So Tether is like, all right, well, let me try to get in that field, right? Let me try to get employed there. Maybe I get some support and grow big like Myron, Candace Owens, Larry Elder, Thomas Sowell. Maybe I get lucky. So all of them try to get in line to poop on us because there's no real pushback. Like, it's not like they're not gonna get canceled. They're not gonna, they'll be protected at the very end. So it's become a career to people to wage war on us, always pooping on us, diaspora wars. They believe this is it's going to pay off.
America wants to create this illusion of a multicultural society where race don't matter. And America knows, because everybody wants to be here so badly, they don't have a problem shitting on black people.
Everybody want to be here so badly. They have no problem pooping on black people. Yeah, I court Umar. It's my clip. You see the scissors. I court Umar admitting people are incentivized. Tethers and whoever else are incentivized to poop on us. They believe that's where the bag is at.
Okay.
Why, Umar?
Why?
Because they want to be here so badly.
Why does their opinion even matter? I'll tell you why it matters. America wants to create this illusion of a multicultural society where race don't matter. And America knows, because everybody wants to be here so badly, they don't have a problem shitting on black people to improve their relationship with the white power structure. So if you...
Told you.
Now, when we come to Washington, in this campaign...
I don't know where the audio went in this one. Where's the audio? So even Umar knows.
Now, when we come to Washington,
The audio went in this one. That's why I predict, family. I predict Umar in his last attempt, his last trick, Umar's last trick to save his celebrity, to save whatever he got there. His last trick is to say he's FBA and then become the prince of the prince of Pan-Africanism. He's gonna be Papa over here. I predict that's his last trick. He's gonna be Papa again, but this time he's gonna be the prince of Americanism. All right, that's his last trick. He ain't leaving that word Papa. All right, Umar, what's going on? What's the latest with Umar? Speaking of Umar.
Peace and Black Power family, peace and Black Power family, peace and Black Power family. This is the Prince of Pan-Africanism, King Kong Consciousness, Intercontinental Ifa Tunde, the most requested Black scholar in the world. 10 years and still #1. I just needed to say that for the haters. 10 years and still #1. I just needed to say that for the detractors. 10 years and still the King Kong of Consciousness. Brothers and sisters, yes, I started an OnlyFans page.
Yeah, why you keep doing the nose thing? When you do the nose thing, I can only think of Turk Nasheed parodies, yeah. When he does the nose things, yeah. You keep doing that.
Say that for the detractors. 10 years and still the King Kong of Consciousness. Brothers and sisters, yes, I started an OnlyFans page. What is it? OnlyFans/Dr. Umar Ifa Tunde. I haven't added any content yet to the OnlyFans page. I need to play with it, learn how to work it. It will be all political content, educational content. I think I'm going to load up heavily on Black parent content on the OnlyFans page.
Family, I and others have been saying this for 10 years, the whole 10-year school thing. We were saying, Umar, that is your lane. So you should have stayed right there, and you might have been the most requested whatever in America, you dig, had you stayed in your lane, because you have scamming in your blood. I believe you're a descendant of Garvey. You're not a descendant of Frederick Douglass, but I believe you have scamming in your blood. You just could not stay grounded. And family, did y'all know that Marcus Garvey wanted to, when he came here first, he wanted to build a school, not the steamships at first. When he first got over here, he wanted to build a school, something close to Booker T. Washington, Tuskegee Institution, because he claims Booker T. Washington inspired him. Yeah, but Garvey wanted to build a school at first. What's up with these schools? And then he went to the steamship scam. You feel me? But Umar, if Umar had done this way 10 years ago, he would have been, we would see Umar in a whole different light had he stayed in his lane. Just keep talking to parents, helping them out with their kids, you know, mental, whatever is going on. That was Umar's lane. I've been saying that for the longest, but he's too far gone in the scam to go back to that. So now he's trying to rebrand himself as a clinical school psychologist. Like, dude, they're going to ask, people going to ask, what about the school?
There will be all political content, educational content. I think I'm going to load up heavily on Black parent content on the OnlyFans page. There will be no hanky-panky below the belt nonsense. Okay, it ain't that type of party, but the OnlyFans/Dr. Umar Ifa Tunde, what is it, $11.11 a month, 1111, that's one of my numbers.
$11.11 a month, yeah. Family, the school scam. That's why some people, I'm not saying me, some people believe he's on that narcotic. Okay, and that's why he can't get anything together. Some people believe he's on that narcotic, and not because he's sniffing right now. It's because he's sniffing before. People feel like he sniffed up those millions of dollars. I'm not saying that. That's what some folks are saying on the internet. But this idea, had he done this 10 years ago, I can see 100 or 1,000 parents paying $11.11 a month for his expertise. And I say that in quotations. And 1,000 times 11, 100 times 11 every month, Umar would be, doing okay financially. But the school scam, man, to me, he should not be able to rebound from the school scam. If his Pan-Africanist supporters let him rebound, that's crazy.
$11 below the belt nonsense. Okay, it ain't that type of party. But the OnlyFans / Dr. Umar Ifatunde, what is it? $11.11 a month. 1111. That's one of my numbers. $11.11 a month on the OnlyFans page. Like I said, I'm going to load up on academic content for Black parents. Some political stuff, but I'm going to keep most of the political stuff for the Dr. Papa podcast. I'm going to keep most of the political stuff for the Dr. Papa podcast. So the OnlyFans page will be for Black parents, and the Dr. Papa podcast will continue to be the political messages. If you want to subscribe to the Dr. Papa podcast, you can do so by clicking on the Twitter link, Instagram link, Facebook link to subscribe to the Dr. Papa podcast. If you want to subscribe to the OnlyFans page, it's OnlyFans / Dr. Umar Ifatunde. Podcasts vary. Some podcasts are an hour. Most podcasts, I would say they average about 90 minutes. The next podcast, which I think is my 18th episode, I'm going to talk about the offer to purchase the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. We received an offer to sell the Frederick Douglass High School. We have received an offer to sell the Frederick Douglass High School. We have.
So he gave up. He did. He gave up. All right. And he is the second unified leader of Pan-Africanism. Okay. The first unified leader is Marcus Garvey. He went down as a scammer, defraudster, and he was deported. Umar is also called a scammer. He's not called a defraudster just yet because we don't know about the frozen account and all that type of stuff. If we ever had the information, then we could say that, but we don't know. But right now, some people speculate he's a scammer, like the first leader. And all we know for sure is that both unified leaders of Pan-Africanism has failed. They have failed to deliver what they promised their Pan-Africanist supporters. They failed. That's what we know for sure. So now he's conceding. The dream is over. The money's gone. And now he's going back to become a school psychologist, clinical school psychologist, which he should have stayed in that lane at the beginning. But when you got scamming in your genes, nothing's going to deter you. Nothing's going to stop you.
Which I think is my 18th episode. I'm going to talk about the offer to purchase the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. We received an offer to sell the Frederick Douglass High School. We have received an offer to sell the Frederick Douglass High School. We have received.
Now with the money, do you plan on paying your donors back? Like, okay, it's going to sell. I mean, maybe the money pays for itself. Maybe the debt is, it pays for everything. The debt and the school. I don't know. But any money left over, because the mission has failed, you have aborted the mission, does that money go back to the donors? Any leftover monies, do they go back to the donors?
Received an offer to sell the Frederick Douglass High School, which we don't want to do, but at the same time, You guys are donating, and we thank you, all the donors, for donating. But at the same time, money is not.
DSA1 says FDMG stands for family, the money gone. That is funny.
Coming easy. Money is not coming easy. I don't want to sell it, but it will put us in a very comfortable position with the Marcus Garvey building. It would possibly put us in a position to buy a school in another state, perhaps Detroit, Chicago, perhaps Baltimore, okay, perhaps Houston or Dallas. We could get another.
Wait a minute. So you're gonna wait, what? Yo, this is your moment to leave the school idea alone and start all over. And this guy said, we're gonna buy another school in another city. This guy is sick. So maybe I was wrong. He's not gonna concede. He's gonna be like Garvey. Garvey had bought a couple useless steamships. He didn't just buy one, he bought a couple, and Umar is hell-bent on buying other useless buildings that he's going to call a school.
Another small school elsewhere. It could also put us in a good position to get a school in Africa. So I'm just exploring all the options right now. We're exploring all the options right now. But if it's up to me, we will not sell. If it is up to me, we will not sell.
Your granddaddy nurse said, if he's giving back, if he's refunding, she said, give me my money that she donated.
The Frederick Douglass building, brothers and sisters. We want to try to hold on to it. But whatever you think about that, feel free to text me. Should we sell it and have enough money to renovate the small school, the Garvey building, and have operating money and have enough money to get a small school in another city? Or should we hold on to it and build that black community power base, which the FDMG campus can be? Do we hold on to the Douglass building and build the black community power?
Yeah, that's his problem. He's never focused on what he believes is right. He's asking people who may be haters of his, he's asking the public, what should he do? What's the next move? That's bad. This is your leader. A leader is asking the followers how to lead.
Base that the FDMG Frederick Douglass High School can be. It's a tough decision either way, brothers and sisters. If we hold on to it, how long is it going to take y'all to raise $1 million to renovate the high school? If we hold on to it, how long is it going to take y'all to raise the $1 million to renovate the high school, brothers and sisters? That's the question. That's the question. Okay? That's what we're dealing with right now. I'm also looking for a sister who can accompany Dr. Umar on the lecture scene. Once I start hitting the lecture scene again, I need a sister who is the Dr. Umar twin. She must be my twin in every way, shape, form, or fashion. She must be 100% Dr. Umar, diehard, revolutionary Pan-African nationalist, elite Garveyite, can never be a hater, can't be friends with haters, can't be socialized with haters, none of that. But I'm looking for a sister who can assist me on the leg. Not assist me, but I want to balance out my energy because I don't need assistance. I'm the #1 orator in the world of my race. I don't need.
Yo, where did you get these stats from? Yo, who could work with you thinking like that?
Sister who can assist me on the leg. Not assist me, but I want to balance out my energy because I don't need assistance. I'm the #1 orator in the world of my race. I don't need assistance. I'm the best at what I do in every category of energy. I'm not talking about relationship. I'm talking revolution. I'm not talking about relationships right now. I'm talking about revolution. Bring that feminine energy because I don't need assistance. Me on the leg. Not assist me, but I want to balance out my energy because I don't need assistance. I'm the #1 orator in the world of my race. I don't need assistance. I'm the best at what I do in every category, but I'm looking at a sister to bring.
He's the best at he's the best at what he does in every category. Brother, the school category, I beg that. Brother, with all due respect, the school category, I have to respectfully disagree. You're not the best at that, bro. You're probably the bottom. You're probably Yeah. Here. Umar, you're probably the worst at that, brother. In that school lane, you're probably the worst, my friend.
Bring that feminine energy. I'm looking at a sister to bring that feminine energy. I'm not talking about relationship. I'm talking revolution. I'm not talking about relationships right now. I'm talking about revolution. I do not want her to be 6'3". I do not want her to be 6'3". I do not want her to be 6'3". Not my wifey, but the sister who is going to be my stage partner. She can be 6'3". I don't care how tall she is, but my wife cannot be my height. I don't want my wife.
Wait, how we go from? Thank you. Yeah, how did we go from school assistant to his wife? Like, I missed that part. Hold on. I want to check. Yeah, how did he go from school assistant to wife?
As tall as I am, okay? But if there's any sisters out there who believe you have the Pan-African heart, the Pan-African spirit, if you believe you have what it takes to be Dr. Umar's Pan-African nationalist counterpart on the lecture circuit, the continental lecture circuit, the intercontinental lecture circuit, the global lecture circuit, then go ahead, send me your resume, send me a video of you speaking. I want to feel your energy. Let me see how you do what you do. 5-minute clip of you speaking on whatever you speak on. Pan-Africanism obviously is the focus, but you can have other expertise. You might be a holistic health practitioner, you might be an attorney, you might be a gynecologist, you might be an entrepreneur, you might be a IT specialist, you know, so you might be an educator, but you often have to also be a Pan-Africanist at heart. That's how we rolling with that. That's how we rolling with that. Okay, that's how we rolling with that, brothers and sisters.
I ain't gonna lie, buddy's a creep. You dig? Like, he's really creepy. He just, I mean, dude, you were doing good. The dude said, I need a woman assistant. And he started talking about a wife. And she can't be a certain height. And oh God, he got to see footage of her. He didn't say audio. He didn't say, hey, send me the audio of how you do. He wants a full video. He wants to check you out.
What else? Hit your donations. Get on your Cash App. If y'all don't want us to sell to Frederick Douglass High School, we need your donations. If y'all don't want to...
Oh my God. So he's selling the building and he's still asking for donations for the building. Yeah, family, you cannot make this up. He is selling the building and he's still asking for donations for the building he's going to sell. This is crazy.
Want us to sell to Frederick Douglass High School, we need your donations. If y'all don't want us to sell to Frederick Douglass High School, we need your donations. Get on your Cash App, $FDMG School. Get on your Cash App, $.
Now, he never says how much they need, how far they're away. It's just send donations. Send donations. Never, hey, I just need $15,000. I just need 30 grand. He never going to say anything where the money can be measured and counted, where he can be stopped. Like, hey, that's too much. You only asked for 25. Now you got 100, bro. You can't do that. It's just hit the Cash App. No matter what, just limitless money. Just keep sending.
FDMG School. Get on your Cash App, $FDMG School. Get on your Cash App, $FDMG School. Get on your PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy, paypal.me/FDMG Academy, paypal.me/FDMG Academy, or mail it in P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. Mail it in, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. Mail it in, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware 19809. Shout out to all my African brothers and sisters who've been hitting that PayPal. They've been donating. Shout out to the continent of Africa. They've been donating from Nigeria. They've been donating from Ghana. They've been donating from Equatorial Guinea. They've been donating from Liberia, from Botswana, from Lesotho, from Malawi, from Ethiopia, from Kenya. They've been donating from the Congo. They've been donating all over, from Rwanda, from Uganda. Shout out to the African brothers and sisters who've been donating.
Well, it couldn't have been much because your school is in is in a rut. So don't shout them out too much because it couldn't have been too much money that they've been donating, bro.
On the PayPal all over the world. We appreciate the love. We appreciate the love. Yes, we do. We appreciate the love. If you want to host the Dr. Umar book signing, make sure
he is a busy dude, yo. He is too busy, yo. You know it's funny? He is in denial of ADHD of being a real thing, and he has all in my no expertise. You know what I mean? I'm not an expert in this, but I'm just gonna wing it, right? It almost come off like he has all of the ADHD qualities, right? Himself. And he's in denial. He's in denial. And that's why he's trying to make parents be in denial, called doubting parents. He is all over the place like somebody who has ADHD. He can't focus on anything. He want to do lectures. He want to book signings, run a school. Like, come on, dude.
you inbox me, shoot me a text, 8444 Dr. Umar for voicemails, 8444 Dr. Umar for voicemails, 8444 Dr. Umar for voicemails. So that's what we're working on right now. So y'all can let me know if y'all think we should hold on to the Douglas building, or if you feel we should sell it and purchase a school in another city. One big campus or two small schools. One big campus or two small schools. One big campus or two small schools. What is
Red Hawk Maria made a great point. I think you're she. She said, you can see the craziness in his eyes, right? The craziness and the desperateness in his eyes. You can see it. This dude, and some folks say you can see the narcotic in his eyes.
your opinion on that?
All right. So now let's get to what I promised you guys. Let's get to some diaspora wars, okay? But I had to give the updates. Oh my God. I had to give the updates first.
Okay, it's not us that they carry. We're not part of the people that they carry side boats. Our one new boat abi. You know, only not to be our. If I tell you give this now, for those of do you know what's paining me? It's the fact that you guys have.
Yeah, he looked like Michael Blackson as a young teenager, as a freshman in high school.
Other Americans that are listening to your podcast that probably don't even know what those words mean, and are just going to take the term you give them and believe it, and they might never see the video that is going to educate them about the right thing. So if they travel to another African country by some chance and they hear someone call them Akata, they feel insulted. Don't you know the repercussion of the things you are doing online? Your friend too, that one opened his mouth. He said Nigerians are racist. To which Africans are we racist to? Because we have African banter online. We insult and compete with each other. You think we are racist to one another. If I see my African brother, bro, in the United States, UK, no matter where it is, bro, there's this joy and pride about seeing somebody that comes from that continent. Y'all don't understand it because you know what? Y'all just can't. I don't know if it's paining you that you just can't flow with us, or what exactly is your problem. We are not racist to one another. Nigerians are never racist to Ghanaians or anybody. We have our hugest beef online with Ghanaians. We compare our music, food, everything. Even the way we walk, God, we go compare them. But bro, it's with love and respect. So
they're admitting that they have a problem with everybody. Now Ghanaians are their biggest op. Like these folks are just psycho, somatic, static. But that song goes psychosomatic setting. I forgot it.
Sweet form of competition. That is it. Don't open podcast and be saying it's racism. Are you daft, bro? I don't tire. I don't know.
Nigerians are some of the most.
Yo, bro, it's late, bro, and I'm tired of this. I'm really tired. I need y'all to stop talking about what y'all don't know. Y'all be talking out the sides of y'all faces. This is why I love the comments. It's not all bad. I read the comments, bro. Thank you for the people in the comments. Akata, it literally means somebody that is not Nigerian, or is just a word for like African Americans or blacks. It's not a racial slur. I don't understand, like, bro, if my Nigerians that see this video, y'all can comment below. It's not a slur. It's somebody that's not Nigerian or somebody that is just African American. It's another word for African American. It's not a slur.
Wait a minute. He said it's not a slur. It's for somebody who's not in Nigerian. Then he making it an exclusive term to just FBAs. Well, what about Jamaicans? They're not in Nigeria. What about, what about the whole entire diaspora? Why is the term exclusive just for us? And none of them can actually explain that. But listen to him.
It's like, stop. We don't have a problem with y'all. Next. Oh, we think we're the best country. No. We all talk about each other. It's friendly rivalry, bro. Stop, bro. Like, ugh.
Nigerians are some of the most racist people, in my opinion, towards Black Americans.
And you actually look like your ancestors were from Nigeria. Your opinion, sir, is not valid. Let me just be telling you. There's nothing valid about the thing that you just opened your mouth to say. Nothing. In fact, as a Nigerian, I don't know what Akata is. Yes, I don't know. And I'm very sure if you go to your comment section, you will see that a lot of people don't know what that is. Because we are too deep in trying to hustle and be able to live a good life or have good, to be able to be progressive for our families and for us to care about how you people or what you're saying. Because
so I have to go around the country and educate people.
Then the other one that said that we are racist to even other African countries, that we feel we are the best. Who told you? See, I'm not trying to brag or anything, but for real now, have you seen our Nollywood movie industry? They try. Our music, we are trying. Work force, we're all trying. You know why we're trying like that? Because Nigeria is not easy. We don't even have time to think that we are better than other people. All we just need to do is when we go to somewhere and we feel like we can do the job and it's favorable for us, we do it with our full chest, knowing that this one will put food for table. By that, in case you don't understand pidgin, it means whatever we are doing, we put food on our table. So in the name of God, leave Nigerians alone. If you don't like us, it's your choice, it's your business. We don't care. See, we're just minding our business. We just want to survive. We no give 2 Fs. 2 Fs. We don't. Let me tell you the main thing that is happening right now. Let me tell you. Elections are going on. Everyone is scared. But yet still we want a better president. So this thing that's happening right now with you and all you guys just posted to us, we don't give a shit. People are commenting, Nigerians are commenting because like the ignorance on your part to come out and say things like this. You and your friend. In fact, the people listening to you, have you come to Nigeria and they treated you as like you were racist? Have you come here? Has any one of you entered Nigeria to be treated like racist? I'm sorry about the people you met, but you don't enter the country, then treat you like shit.
Hello, a Nigerian here. Ignorance is a very dangerous thing, and half-baked knowledge is even worse than ignorance. You know, when some people think they know, maybe they just hear something and they don't know what it really means. Now, this guy, the first guy who spoke, he said Nigerians are the most racist people to the Afro or the Africans or the Black Americans? Well, the last time I checked, I thought that race has to do with people of different races. You know, I didn't know that maybe people of the same race can be racist to each other or one another.
Oh, so that's your logic. So their logic is we're the same race, so they can be as disrespectful as they want to be, and there can't be a name for that because we're all the same race. We all are of the motherland. All right, so that's the logic. All right, I'm learning. Tell me more.
Well, we all learn every day, so maybe it's something new I need to learn. And then he also used a term, an expression, Akata, a word. You see, he said Akata means the N word. Well, in Nigeria, unfortunately, we don't even, in my language, there is no expression or there is no translation for the N word. We don't even have such words in our languages. Most of the Nigerian languages I know we don't even have that N word. We don't have it. We can't say it in our languages. And then even in the pidgin English that we speak mostly, we don't even have it. There is no N word. So Akata means abroad. It means somewhere outside the shores of Nigeria.
Okay, so then why is it also exclusive with describing foundational Black Americans? That part you got to explain, buddy.
And a Nigerian who lives outside Nigeria, he's called an Akatarian. So because we didn't know these parts of this world, maybe someone traveled out of the country. It's an old term. Maybe someone traveled out of the country. Where did he go? They say they Akata, which means he has traveled abroad because you don't know the particular place. And then the person, the Nigerian, is called an...
See, but that wouldn't make any sense because you don't call anybody of the diaspora outside of FBA's Akata. So wouldn't Jamaicans and Trinidadians and Haitians all, by that definition, wouldn't they all be Akata? But you guys typically reserve that just for FBAs. So that doesn't make any sense at all. Or is he even going to bring us up? Let's see.
An Akatarian, not someone who is not a Nigerian. Then his sidekick said that Nigerians are not just racist to the Black Americans, but also to Africans because we feel we are the best. I don't really know how self-confidence is really racist.
Nigerians are some of the most...
Really, sir? Okay, we're doing this. Now, if you've not seen the entirety of that video, please go back. I advise you go back and watch it because I don't want to be quoted for nonsense, okay? Now, one thing about us Nigerians, we're going to have a good time no matter what. Nigerians will give you a name based on what you look like, the situation, whatever. And Nigerians will see someone looking thick and call you a robo, a skinny person, Lekpa Shandi, or Lekpa for short. See you furious at the time and call you Atarudu, meaning pepper, right? Now, I'll say this once and once only. Akata is not a racial slur. It means foreign. The same thing as Oyinbo. They mean the same thing. Foreign, meaning anybody that is not from Nigeria, meaning a Ugandan person is an Akata as well. The fact that you don't like yourself has nothing to do with us. An Akata as well. The fact that you don't like yourself has nothing.
Yeah, so how did this go from we're asking what does Akata mean? And is it negative, right? How does that go from us asking them, like, what does Akata mean? We're getting mixed definitions on this. And some are saying that you guys are disrespecting us, like you don't like us. How does that go from her accepting the challenge to define what Akata is and then saying that we don't like ourselves? It's like, wait a minute, you're calling us this name. And it seems to be exclusive to just foundational Black Americans. How does that go from us asking you to explain to we don't like ourselves? Family, I ain't trying to do nothing with these people, man. They can hold everything on their own. Yeah, you won't catch me none of their stores. Man, I'm good.
Racial slur. It means foreign and call you atarudu, meaning pepper, right? Now, I'll say this once and once only. Akata is not a racial slur. It means foreign. The same thing as Oyinbo. They mean the same thing. Foreign, meaning anybody that's not from Nigeria, meaning a Ugandan person is an Akata as well. The fact that you don't like yourself has nothing to do with us.
So we're asking what Akata mean translate to we don't like ourselves. Okay.
An Akata is the N word, or with the hard R at the end of it.
I just want to know who told this man the translation that he's talking about, because it's not making sense. I've never heard that translation before in my life, and I grew up in Nigeria. Because if what he said was Nigerians come off like they feel like they're better than everyone else, I've heard that quite a lot, and that's because we're raised to be very, very confident people, and it intimidates people. But what my guy is saying makes no damn sense.
Nigerians are some of the most racist people, in my opinion, towards Black Americans.
So I just came across this video this morning. It said Nigerians are some of the most racist people in this country. That is cap. Like, we don't know what racism means until we came to the U.S. Like, that's when we realized racism, and we fight.
My man said we didn't know what racism mean until we came to the U.S. Yeah, because we told you that applies to you, buddy. And we call it lineage hating, right? Yeah. We call it. You say racism, whatever term you want to use that's comfortable for your intelligence, but you learned that here because we're the recipients of your hate. So we like, oh, bro, slow down. And we told you what it was, right? So you wouldn't understand your hate until you're faced with us, and we show you like, oh, that ain't cool. Like a white supremacist, like they say, anti-FBA stuff all day long in their circles, right? In their inner circles, and they believe it's normal language. We're the ones to tell them too, like, yo, that's racist. That ain't a cool. And then they understand. Then they finally understand what racism is. So y'all are understanding what the hate you have for us is. Like, yeah, that's not a cool term, dude.
Back, cause y'all call us monkey, you call us baboon, you say we fight lions and all that. Like, who likes to?
No, we don't say that. We say you eat monkeys, you eat rats, you eat bats. We say that bushmeat. We don't say you look like nothing or you fight it. You eat it, bruh. That's a fact. So make us pull up that video, caught you guys smuggling bushmeat.
To be called that, like, you ask us a stereotypical questions every time. And like, Akata doesn't even mean like the N word that he emphasized. Like, Akata means wild. Because you're American wild. You fight, you shoot. You don't fight like fist fights. Like, you pull out.
Here we go. Wait a minute. Here's the thing. Shoot. You guys, nobody. Here's the projection. Dude, the violence is Nigeria. Bro, are you really comparing Nigerians' violence to FBA violence? You cannot be serious. This is the delusion, family. Our worst societies is like, shit. It's like Cherry Hill, New Jersey to to their best society. Their best society is like the worst of the worst to us. Like, dude, but these folks are delusional. And like I could tell they do have that superiority complex amongst other African countries that's in the continent. And when they come here, it's like a shell shock. Like, oh, we thought we were the top, of the food, whatever, the cream of the crop. That's what we thought we were until we met these innovative, inventive FBA. It's like, wow. And then the hate comes. See, when you think you're first place and then you actually run into first place, that can hurt. That can hurt.
Grand be like, I will shoot. That's wild to us. As an African man, like we don't fight like that. Like we would beat the crap out of each other with fists. So yeah, Akata don't mean N-words. Like you're wrong, bro. You're wrong.
Nigerians are some of the most racist people, in my opinion, towards Black Americans.
First of all, to say that Nigerians are one of the most racist people towards African Americans, or are the most racist people towards African Americans, is a ridiculous statement. Because come on now, are you trying to tell me that after all the horrible things that has happened in the United States to African Americans, that it's Nigerians that have been the most racist? Really? Like, have you forgotten Jim Crow? Like, you've forgotten the Atlantic slave trade? You've forgotten all that, and you've just used the fact that Nigerians tend to call you guys a slur as the most racist thing that could ever be done to you? Come on now. Also, some of you African Americans treat Nigerians and most other Africans who live in Africa like they're beneath you. You treat them like they're trash, or you treat us.
Oh, I see zesty. I see sassy. How can we treat you away? Now, it's crazy. He said we treat Nigerians in Nigeria a certain way. How is that possible if you're in Nigeria? How can we treat you anyway if you're in Nigeria? Like, make that make sense.
Us like you, come on now. Also, some of you African Americans treat Nigerians and most other Africans who live in Africa like they're beneath you. You treat them like they're trash, or you treat us like we're trash. So what exactly is this crying all about? I mean, you would rather not identify in any way with any of these African countries. Some of you hate the fact that you're called African Americans. You would rather be called...
We're not called African Americans. We're called Black Americans. And don't forget the F, foundational Black Americans.
Just Americans because you're ashamed of having African heritage.
We don't have African heritage, bro. That's projection. You have that. We have FBA heritage. You dig? Yeah, but no. You're not going to anchor us to Africa. It's not going to happen. You're not going to anchor onto our reparations. And we're done with you guys anchoring onto our DEIs and affirmative action, all those other things that was designed specifically for us. Like we're done with the tether, with the tethering and the anchoring. That's out.
Is the N-word, or with the hard R at the end of it.
But let me speak on that real quick. First of all, you're wrong. And Akata is just a term used to describe, what's it called? Used to describe Black people. There's nothing crazy to it. Obviously, some Nigerians are racist. It's a bunch of racist people everywhere. I don't know why you're so...
Oh, so there are racist Nigerians that use the Akata word in a racist, derogatory way towards us, exclusively just foundational Black Americans. So that's the jealousy. Like, we could understand a little bit if you broaden that term to the diaspora. We can see a little bit of, maybe, maybe not. But because you made it an exclusive term just for FBAs, is that part that's given just hatred and jealousy because you're not number one as you thought.
But hurt. But at the end of the day, it's different words different people used to describe Black people. Hispanics will say Negro. I'm saying, like, Asians have their own words and shit. There's nothing crazy about the word Akata. I'm saying, like, obviously, I don't know where you got your definition from, your meaning from. That's your concern. But on behalf of the vast majority of Nigerians, that word is not used in a derogatory term. I'm saying, like, it's just a...
that won't mean much because context is everything, right? And pattern is everything. Family. In the 1930s, 1940s, they did a poll with white people. Look, let me show you. All right, let's get the facts. During the Jim Crow era, white Americans did not vote that racism did not exist. Instead, voting and opinion polls from the time confirmed that many white Americans held racist views and actively supported or tolerated the discriminatory system. Denial of racism was not expressed through a direct vote, but was reflected in broad societal. Can't read the last part. It's blocking resistance equal white. So I believe that the poll wasn't. Yes, I think they're right. The poll wasn't like a universal American poll. I think the poll was done in the South. So I got to rephrase this question. And yeah, because obviously America ain't gonna ever admit the entire country was racist. But I believe. Let me fix this right here. Let me fix my language. I can't say vote. That's getting me in trouble. There was never a vote. The Americans poll. Let me see if I could change the wordings around a little bit. All right, I said the same thing. Why is that in my way? I can't see. Okay, it says it right here. What does that say? Okay, instead of outright denying racism, polling data from the yes, I'm not looking for a okay. So openly supported segregation. Early public opinion polls from the 1940s showed that a large majority of white Americans, about 2/3, supported segregated schools. Believed white people were superior. The Jim Crow system was undergirded by the racist belief that white people were superior to black people in intelligence, morality, and other aspects. Okay, so prioritize individual liberty over racial equality. For example, a 1978 poll found that 70% of white Southerners believe that a homeowner should be allowed to discriminate in housing sales. Family, call it what you want to call it. That is denying that racism exists. Okay. Even though such discrimination have been illegal for 50 years, this show how some white Americans prioritize perceived personal liberties over enforcing anti-discrimination laws. So if you ask these white folks right here, these 70% of white Southerners, if racism is alive and well, they would say no. Family, there are a lot of conservatives today say racism does not exist. And I'm talking about melanated conservatives and white and Hispanic. That's the position of a conservative. That rate is to deny systemic racism. No different than these guys denying hate amongst their people. So the bottom line, I'm rebutting the majority of Nigerians not believing Akata is a racial slur exclusive for foundation Black Americans. That holds no weight because we just seen 70% of white Southerners believe that discrimination is okay. It's nothing wrong with that. So the bulk does not mean is right all the time.
Transition from your meaning from that's your concern. But on behalf of the vast majority of Nigerians, that word is not used in a derogatory term. You say like it's just a word used to describe Black people. We have a word for white people as well. It's called Uyibo. So it's like I don't know what you're fuzzing about. Like it's not that deep. So
yeah, but what does that mean? The white term. What does that mean? Wait, one more time.
Term, you say like it's just a word used to describe Black people. We have a word for white people as well. It's called Uyibo. So it's like I don't know what you're fuzzing about. Like
yeah, but what does that mean? The damn caption didn't even catch it. Yeah, but that might mean white folks are the kings of the world. A piece to Black Master. Black Manosphere. Ray is in a building. Intuitively Wise is in a building. C Quiz.
It's not that deep, so calm the fuck down. And for those who don't know, I'm saying like now you know, like let's not carry this bliss of ignorance everywhere. Like it's ridiculous.
Opinion towards Black Americans.
Oh my God. Black History Month is about to end. And so I'm going to say this as like my Black History Month official slogan is that it's a two-way street. African Americans have some of the most anti-African racism, and some of them express some of the most xenophobic shit you will ever hear. But the reality is, the reason we treat each other like shit is because we're trying to escape the box that white supremacy puts us in.
Oh boy, white supremacy, blame white supremacy. Oh boy, white supremacy is to blame for their hatred for us. That's a cop-out.
My opinion towards Black Americans.
Once again, we have another thumbs up because side eye. Honestly, I don't even blame these Black Americans. I don't blame them. Really, it's pity I feel for them because it's not their fault. It's the colonial masters that shipped them off there. Another thing I blame is the ruggedness of our government and how dysfunctional this society is. If not, this sea finish that is happening will not be occurring. That's why I just keep on praying for Nigeria to get better because the sea finishes, the audacity is getting out of hand. Another thing is, what the hell is Akata? Honestly, you learn new things every day. Me say we did this country since birth. I know you can sabi what Akata is.
So you guys have
That's interesting. So according to some, Akata is a household name, but this woman says she never even heard of it.
heard a lot of Nigerians don't even know what the Akata word means. I myself don't know what that word means. I've said it in one of my previous videos.
Yo, what is the rule? Deny, neglect, benign, what they call it, benign and neglect. Just say it, it just
I don't know what that word means. I only heard that word when I was watching one other YouTuber's video. Her name is Ayameloho. I love her. She's a Nigerian, but she lives in America. I think she was probably born there. I'm not very sure, but she's lived there long enough to be a part of the African American culture. And she was talking about her experience growing up. There's another Nigerian American YouTuber that I watch also that, said something similar. So she was talking about how being, when she was growing up, going to school in America there and all of that, being African wasn't really cool. People would make fun of you, the way you look, tell you that you smell bad. You actually never want to bring your ethnic food to school because they're going to make fun of you. And then they used to get called African booty scratcher. So,
oh my God. All right. Since you're going there with it, let me go into some possibilities why your food at school might be an issue for American kids. Okay. Is there something, family, there's a saying where there's smoke, there's fire. If you're bringing food to school and American children of all alike are complaining, is it possible? Is it just possible that you guys brought some of this in the school? I'm just asking a question. Is it possible that this was in your lunch bag?
What is illegal and unusual? These discoveries at Detroit Metro Airport.
Yeah, bush meat. That's meat from rats, bats, baboons, and more. I know we got your attention. The feds aren't monkeying around with this. Fox 2's Jessica Dupnack is live at the airport. Jessica, do explain.
Yeah, we need some context here, right, Rupe and Amy? So this is crazy. Customs and Border Protection, they seize back-to-back bushmeat smugglers here at DTW. Now, the first one, it was 11 pounds of rodent meat in someone's luggage. And a couple days later, they found 52 pounds of monkey meat stacked away. We had to ask passengers what they thought.
Oh, that's gross.
The faces say it all.
Oh, well.
What do you think of that?
That's disgusting.
Back-to-back seizures of bushmeat at Detroit Metro Airport in 1 week. First,
okay.
11 pounds of rodent meat in the bags of a passenger coming from Togo in West Africa.
That benign right there, benign and neglect.
It's not appetizing at all, I would say. I do.
Okay. So is it possible? I'm just asking a question. Is it possible that part of that 11 pounds of rodent meat was in that lunchbox? I'm just asking a question. Is it possible that 11 pounds of monkey brain, some of that was in that lunchbox? I'm just asking a question. Where there's smoke, there's fire. So if all these FBA and white American kids are complaining and look disgusted, like have disgusted faces, just like those folks right there, is it possible the meat in the lunchbox was questionable. That's all I'm asking. Okay, so before you start blaming us, is it possible that what was in those lunchboxes could have been offensive to American kids? That's all I'm asking.
So the point being, when she was growing up, going to school in America there and all of that, being African wasn't really cool. People would make fun of you, the way you look, tell you that you smell bad. You actually never want to bring your ethnic food to school because
Okay, first of all, this is cat. Well, I mean, unless they was, I mean, she said it might not be cat. If you're musty, we're definitely going to tell you musty. We told some of the Indian people, we told Africans, yeah, we told ourselves, you cannot come to school musty. That's 100%. You will. That's as any American is going to get on you. The difference is we'll tell you to your face. A white American will go behind your back and tell the boss, like, hey, this person not, and try to get you fired. You know what I mean? For hygiene, for violating the hygiene code, whatever. But we'll tell you to your face.
African culture, and she was talking about her experience growing up. There's another Nigerian American YouTuber that I watch also that said something similar. So she was talking about how being when she was growing up, going to school in America there and all of that, being African wasn't really cool. People would make fun of you, the way you look, tell you that you smell bad. You actually never want to bring your ethnic food to school because they're going to make fun of you, and then that they used to get called African booty scratcher. So the point I'm trying to make here is, you see the xenophobia. Let's not even lie to ourselves. This discrimination, this thinking this other person is better than the other, that's going on between Africans and African diaspora, or in this case, between African Americans and Nigerians, for the sake of this video, it's not one-sided. Both sides are doing it. Both sides are.
You just gave a horrible example of both sides. Okay. So now, wait, both sides are doing what? Remember, Akata isn't a bad word. We're tripping. So it ain't both sided, it's one sided. And according to you and Nigerians, is us. We're tripping. We're jumping. We're jumping the gun. We're looking at the front door. You dig? We're wrong because according to you, Akata is a nice term.
Doing it. Okay, let me say it louder for the people at the back. So there are African Americans that make fun of Africans or Nigerians and call them names and all of that, think they are better than them, while there are Africans or Nigerians, on the other hand, that do the same to African American people. So no group is vindicated at this point. Now, talking about the word Akata, I've never heard that word before, and in the comment section of a lot of those videos that I played, a lot of people were saying they've never heard that word before, but there were quite a few people that said they know that word, they've heard that word. Apparently, it's a Yoruba word. Yoruba is one of the tribes in Nigeria. So it's a Yoruba word, and it's one of those words that even a lot of young Yoruba people don't know about it. It's one of those words that, you'd only know those words if maybe you stayed with your grandma before, because those words that are so deep that it's the grannies that use those words. Yeah, it's one of those words. So it's basically, from what people said in the comment section, I will put in screenshots of their comments. From what they said in the comment section, most people said that it's a word that literally translates to a wild cat, a stray cat. Basically, the meaning is like we are away from home. So basically, it's like a word used to describe Black people that are not home, like in Africa, like you're away. So much so that you're in the wild, like a wild cat. I hope that makes sense. Then I saw someone else saying that it means, I'll put a comment here, that it's a word that was coined during the Black Panther movement by African Americans. So it was a word that means wildcat. Wildcat, of course, is a panther, right? So that was the word they used to show solidarity to the.
Oh my God. No, she didn't just say. Yo, these tethers are crazy, yo. Yes, she just said wildcat. She said Akata was a Nigerian way of saying Black Panthers. Okay, here, put it back. Yeah, she is wild. Yo, that's the first I ever heard that one. Wildcat is like Black Panther. Yo, these tethers, yo, we can do nothing with them.
The Black Panther movement in Africa, like you're away, so much so that you're in the wild, like a wild cat. I hope that makes sense. Then I saw someone else saying that it means, I'll put a comment here, that it's a word that was coined during the Black Panther movement by African Americans. So it was a word that means wildcat. Wildcat, of course, is a panther, right? So that was the word they used to show solidarity to the Black Panther movement at that point in time. Now, I don't know which is right, but what I know is that it's not.
Wait, so you don't know that that's false? That's fake news? Really?
A racial slur, as this man in this video is trying to make it sound. Only God knows where he got his explanation from. Like, brother, please explain to us. Because if you cannot explain where you got that word, talking about Akata means the N word with the hard R. Africans don't even know what the N word means. That is a white man's word. We don't have an African version of that word. We
Yes,
not
you do. It's
create
called Akata.
derogatory terms for our African brothers and sisters. No. I don't know if you're African, please let me know. Is there any word in your African language that translates to the N word? I don't think so. So he was definitely wrong, and that is the problem. You see people saying a lot of things that are not necessarily true or correct just to kind of like breed hate and misunderstanding amongst ourselves. It doesn't make sense. To me, it's petty. This diaspora was a petty. You call us Akata, you call us African Buddhist scratcher. Can we just get over it and move forward? Like, it's getting old. This is 2023. Black people, we are too distracted by diaspora wars and gender wars in our community as people that we are not moving forward. And I'm saying this because I see all the kind of conversations that happen in the comment section of some of my videos. So I can see the diaspora wars, I can see the
Benign and
distinctions,
neglect.
I can see the labelings, I can see the gender
Just like
wars.
white supremacists.
But anyways, I'm going to be leaving you guys with this clip of African Americans, I think celebrities actually talking about their interaction with Africans, and I thought it was just beautiful to watch, so that you guys know that there's love
Oh,
out
we're
there.
definitely not doing
for you
that.
guys. I mean, I have love for you guys. I love each and every one of you, and I see you guys as my brothers and sisters, right? So before I leave, please, you guys, let me know in the comment section if you're African living in America or in any of the.
All right, we're done with the babble. Okay, 1 second, family. Okay, so somebody sent me this video. Let's check it out yesterday.
And I want you to follow me very closely here. So the boundaries that have been keeping us from trading with each other are melting away. You'll be able to establish yourself in one place and spread like wildfire throughout the continent. But the reality on the ground is Africa does not have the expertise that is needed to build the Africa that we want. That's a fact. The children of Africa in the diaspora, starting with those who are descendants of the formerly enslaved, going back 400 years ago, the brain drain out of Africa has really left Africa in a very bad place.
Okay, she used the word brain drain. Interesting. If you are not new to my channel, I broke down brain drain, brain gain, and brain waste. So by her saying we're the brain drain of Africa, that's interesting. Because she's saying that we're the brains of Africa. Kind of like what Nick Fuentes said. Okay, and you know, I ain't saying a racist like him is right. I'm just saying, you know, sometimes it's just the conclusion sometimes is easy to come to. Okay, so she just said we were the brain drain of Africa. Once we left Africa, intelligence, the ability to stay stable was gone. Okay, so she's saying people who left Africa at that time, we were the brains of Africa. All right, continue.
Has really left Africa in a very bad place. Now picture this situation now. The boundaries are all melting away. Guess what? Now that Cape to Cairo highway can be built, the question is who is going to build it? Massive commercial farms are going to be opened up. The question is who is going to own them?
Nobody, because you all you fled to Canada, United States, and America. So I guess the Chinese, man, the Russians, and whoever else that's investing in Africa is going to do that. but it won't be an African.
New airports, new factories, new industries, new jobs, 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 new j roads, hospitals, schools. Who's going to build them? Because the children who need to build their Africa, the children who own the minerals and Africa's wealth are in the diaspora. Are they ready to stand up and take the place that has their name? My findings are the children of Africa are still fast asleep and too busy running away from Africa. This is what's going to happen, my brothers and sisters. The Chinese, they're already in Africa, but they're getting ready to double up. The Europeans have been in Africa, they're getting ready to double up.
Well, you guys keep leaving. That's why somebody got to take over. That's their logic. The Chinese and the Europeans.
Africa is going to become a first world. The question is, who is going to take it to become a first world?
Right. Is it going to be, I could finish that for you. Is it going to be the Chinese or the Russians? Okay, I got you.
Is it the Chinese? Is it the Europeans?
Told you.
Or is it going to be you and I, my brothers and sisters?
Told you. I could finish that statement.
It is really that simple. 2017, President Trump was addressing the African heads of states. He flat out said, you, African presidents, I don't know why your countries are poor. My friends go to Africa poor, they come back rich. A lot of diaspora called me to say, but Ambassador, how could he say that? I said, well, did the man say anything that wasn't true?
Yo, Trump, she said, I don't know, it's alleged, but she said Trump told those Africans, heads of states, why are you lazy bastards so poor? What happened to all the hard work? Because my friends go to Africa poor and they come back rich. How you guys in Africa, the land of the rich, and you're poor? Interesting. Interesting take.
The question you should be asking me is, what do I need to do to go and take what is rightfully mine? The heads of state are saying, Ambassador, the children of Africa in the diaspora must come home and take what is rightfully theirs. Africa is going to be built. There is nothing wrong with you investing in Africa, coming back to America and play golf just like they do. Opportunities that are opening up in Africa today are opportunities that black people never even know about. And they're saying, we want the children of Africa to be on the driver's seat. You see, you don't go to China and find black people driving the Chinese development agenda. You don't go to Mexico. You don't go to Europe. You don't go to India and find black people driving the developmental agendas for those continents and those countries. You therefore must not, should not, and by God will not go to Africa and find non-Africans driving the African continental development agenda. Unless, of course, and by African, I'm referring to all people of African descent. Because in my opinion, and the opinions of those African heads of states, we are all Africans.
Yeah, you guys are all African. All right. Yes, you are. As long as you keep that you in Africa, you guys are good. Roth Love TV. I guess they are too busy talking and complaining to do anything, right? They got the Umar syndrome. All the talking and no hard work. The Umar syndrome. They're too worried about being booked to give great speeches, but nothing gets done in the background.
If the children of Africa choose to vacate that seat that has their name,
Let's get it 004.
Then you deserve what you have coming. I'm here to let you know. They're calling, the heads of states are calling all of you to come home and invest. I've heard some come up with stupid comments.
It's yo, what's up with that? It's always come home and bring your money. It's always about FBA's come home, but don't forget your ATM card. Come home, but that checkbook, don't leave that. Well, we're gonna turn you around. Yo, why is it always invest in Africa? What is the game for us? When do they come over here and invest in what we got going on? They didn't even invest in Umar's school. But invest in Africa. Man, listen, that boat has sailed and drowned along with Garvey steamships. Okay, that man, you're outdated. This cry for us to invest in Africa, that literally fell on deaf ears. Like, it's over. They didn't get the memo that is over. Ma'am, somebody need to tell her, slip her a memo, a little note, and just put the words, it's over, with an exclamation mark there. Okay? This ain't gonna work, man.
Like, but well, Ambassador, those heads of state, they just want to take our money.
Right.
You are being told not to go to Africa because it is a diseased and dying continent, while they are running to Africa in droves.
Yeah, but they're inoculated, they're vaccinated, going over there.
By catching any of the flights into Africa, 75% of the people don't look like you and I. Even intercontinental, within the continent, flights within the continent, most of the people there don't look like you and I, and yet you are busy being told, don't go to Africa. Why are they going to Africa in droves if there's nothing there?
Yeah, the minerals and things like that. We don't have, Foundation Black Americans, we don't have the machinery and stuff like that to process the things that these countries do. We don't run America. You dig? So we don't have these, we don't have access to those things that Russia and China has access to. But this speech ain't working. It's not hitting. It's not given.
They're not traveling 10,000 miles, 15,000 miles for nothing. They're going to Africa because there's something amazing and wonderful going on, and they don't want you to know. So the sooner we wake up and realize that we are inheritors of an amazing continent, that everything that is in Africa belongs to us.
Yeah.
If we do not stand up and take our place, Africa is gone. This time, for good.
That boat has sailed, man, with Garvey's. Kiel, Hall, peace, shalom, salam, whatever you're into, to you. Hi, aloha, hola. The cultural super, I can't read. The cultural superpower. This speech is from 2000, 2020. Which one? 2000, 2020. It looks old.
So I'm here to let you all know that we are at a do or die time in the history of Black people. We have a tremendous opportunity that will never come again. Opportunities that we as Black people are never exposed to anywhere else on earth.
Oh, now you're Black. Conveniently, now you're Black. Normally, you're always African. You're always Zimbabwean. You're always Ethiopian, Kenyan. Now that you want some money, now you're Black. The chat funny as hell.
It is our time to let the world know once and for all that we've had enough, and we're saying enough is enough. We can no longer continue to be the most disrespected race.
So do something about it. Stay in your homeland. Or if you're going to flee to America, Canada, and UK, then do the reverse, okay? Do the reverse that you're sitting here complaining about, that Chinese and Europeans do. They go to Africa poor and they come back rich. Well, you have the opportunity to go to America poor and return to Africa rich. Do the reverse. That's common sense to me. But you guys don't return. You come to America, gain some money, and you stay in America. You see the difference? The difference is Europeans and the Chinese man, they go back to their homeland rich with the resources. And they make their homelands greater. You guys was supposed to do the same thing. You take your butt to Canada, UK, America, and you're supposed to bring stuff back, intelligence back to your homelands and make it greater. You don't do that. You come over here and become a traitor to your country and you stay here. You kick your feet up. You forget why you're over here in the first place. It's to leave and go back to your homeland more wealthier. So, yeah, y'all blew that.
We've got to pull our finances together. I've registered an entity called African Diaspora Development Institute. It is going to be the one-stop shop for everything African. I will be opening offices in every African country, and I am looking the heads of states in the face and say, this is how you're going to get the diaspora. You see, in the past, it was, well, we don't know how to reach the diaspora ambassador. And they were right, because we were not organized.
See, it's everything about reaching us. Everything. They call us all the names in the books. We don't have culture. We don't have this. We don't have that. But the whole goal is to reach us. And this is why they cannot let us. They cannot. You see the desperation? This is why they cannot sit back and let delineation happen. Okay? You hear the desperation. They cannot let delineation happen because in their mind, they fumbled the bag on their watch.
We were not united. But through ADDI, I'm going to look them in the face and say, now the diaspora are coming home. Give me one reason why the next airport is going to be built by a non-African. And I use airport as an example. Look at Atlanta Airport. Maynard Jackson said he was not going to approve the opening of that airport unless 50% of the contractors were black. They tried to say, well, we can't find them. We don't know where they are. He said, well, then the airport will not be built.
You're not black. You're African. Your country is not called black. Okay, it's not called the black diaspora. So we're not going to pick and choose. Stay with the energy. You're African. Your country's called Africa. Your continent's called Africa. And it's called the African Diaspora. That's what you guys call it. Look right here. African culture. So we're not going to pick and choose, and we're not going to pretend Africa and black are interchangeable. They're not. Okay, so.
I see how quickly they found the black contractors. Atlanta Airport today is one of the busiest and one of the best airports in the world. It is the largest airport in the world, run by black people, built by black people. Hallelujah.
Okay, well, if you're talking about America, yeah, that's black. Okay, yeah, Atlanta Airport, I was there. And it is massive, I'll tell you that much.
Going to be looking at each and every head of state and say, this is what your children have done in Atlanta. Tell me why the next African airport is going to be built by the Chinese or the European. That is unacceptable. And this time we better show up because those contracts belong to us. Through ADDI, we're going to be creating a database. We want to know who you are, what you do professionally, and your company, what you do. What services do you offer? This is a time for collaborations. These contracts are humongous contracts. So we need to adjust our attitudes. We need to understand it's about coming together.
Yo, shot funny as hell. He's here in the building. He got like 1,000 channels with the name Shy in all of them. Shy Industries, Shy LLC, Shy Manufacturing, Shy Tire Shop, Shy Incense. Shy No Smoke today, brother. The question is, who are you going to pick an argument with in the chat? That all eyes are on you right now.
It's no longer about me.
Your list of scammers.
And if we don't do it for us, this generation, let's at least do it for our children, our grandchildren.
Do what?
Generations to
Fast forward.
has put some deposits, invest them in the French stock market, and your countries may or may not know the returns. Should you wish to access some of your 85% reserves, and this was to be done.
Yeah, I thought Umar was begging. Hit the Cash App, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the Cash App. Yeah, that's kind of what she's doing. Hit the Cash App. When was this video made? 2000? This is her version of Hit the Cash App.
Annually. Your military can only be trained.
Oh my God.
What do you have?
It's getting annoying.
Complain about them, and every season after the other they come and they die, they come in and they die, and we keep complaining. But until we get to the root causes of these problems.
John 320 is in the building. Grand rising to you. He said this lady, Dr. Irene Akata, was never anti-FBA. I never said she was, brother. We're just watching the video. You know, you got you got Pan-Africanists who possibly aren't anti-FBA. I never said that. We're playing the video and laughing at her strategy. We're laughing at the notion that we're all African and we're all gonna get together and invest in Africa and make Africa a first world. What first world? What? Yeah, continent? Like she's talking about Africa like the 50. Like what she's saying is so stupid because there are 54 countries in Africa. So we're gonna invest in 54 countries with 54 different flags, 54 different agendas, 54 different governments, 54 different scammers. It's like, this is straight goofy. Okay. But thank you for letting us know who this is. Cause I'm damn sure gonna research her in a second. But yeah, man. John 320, if you wanted to come on and you want the phone number and explain, you know, some of this stuff to catch us up, I'm cool with that. Just ask for the phone number. And are you anti-FBA? Or are you a Pan-Africanist? Let us know something about you before you call in.
Nothing is going to change. If a black man has a shop in a black neighborhood, as soon as a
Actually, I can be petty and say this whole speech is anti-FBA. Really? So yeah, I can argue she is at anti-FBA. This whole speech that we gotta invest in Africa, and she's calling Africa our home. Yeah, technically she's anti-FBA. This whole spill is anti-FBA. I ain't feeling none of it.
the black man goes out of business.
Yeah, I'm good. Like this was very boring. Okay, yeah, her whole spill was anti-FBA. So I disagree, brother. But you can oh damn, she gave a speech about Burkina Faso. Damn. Okay, so is that her? Let's check out some more of her work. Oh, she's in Burkina Faso. Oh, this is gonna be hilarious. Oh, she got Burkina Faso citizenship. All right, let me see this.
Being here in the country of the upright man is a dream come true.
But hold on. So she abandoned the. Yo, what happened? Wait a minute. Wait, what just happened here? Wasn't she pro-Africa, pro-black, everything black, black, blackity, black, black? But now she's pro-Burkina Faso, who has a huge contract with the Russians, the European power. Yeah, so she abandoned the whole blackity black thing. Um, Black Sand in the super chat. Okay, with the lineage love, supporting the channel. Thank you. Everything comes from the ground. Africa needs to get past pooping in the ground and go deeper and build. Africa is a third world continent. And it's not ours, right? It's none of our business. We're just watching. We're just watching. Africa, we're watching. Don't worry about it. We're not investing in case you don't know, we're not investing in Italy. We're not investing in France. So it ain't just y'all. Like we're really just focusing on ourselves. Like so it ain't like we're investing in European countries as an alternative. We're not investing in none of y'all countries. We ain't trying to make none of y'all greater than us. All right. So Noki said they smell like the elephant enclosure at the city zoo. Goddamn. Roth Love TV said the crazy thing about Africa is being a doctor there don't pay well. Yo, they don't. Yo, I listen. They got about like 10 doctors for. This is not a lie. This is not a lie. This ain't too far from the truth. I can't remember the exact number, but they be having like 10 doctors to like 1,000 patients. Okay, something like that. Salida, American Indian, says, have anybody read the UN drip document? That's why they are mad at us self-identifying. It will destroy their relationship and will no longer be able to steal our benefits. Wow. Oh yeah. They're hot. They're hot at us.
To President Traore, the reincarnation of Thomas Sankara.
So she abandoned the blackity black talk.
Greetings and welcome. Welcome to Connect Africa. Today is a special program as we are here joined
along with the president of Burkina Faso, of Mali and Niger. They have stood up and said enough is enough. So for those who choose to tarnish those three countries as the leadership having been attained through a coup, I want you to think again. The coups that took place in those three countries, do not compare them with what was orchestrated by France and other Western countries in the past.
Yeah, I'm passing on her. Okay, who the hell is this? Who's this?
Thank you so much for joining in. Again, this is my first live, so your girl is here just to share about where my brain is at with everything that has happened, where my brain is at, what's going on, and how I'm processing or taking all this in. Firstly, wow. Just wow. But my family is a very private family. Like we like our space.
Okay, hold on. Before we know who that is, John 3:20 said, I'm from the Caribbean, can say that FBA opened our eyes to how white supremacy works worldwide. Most here still think they can survive by just being nice. Yeah. But I hope we also open your eyes to how prejudiced, folks from the Caribbean are towards FBA's unprovoked, unwarranted. Also, Africans of the continent. I hope that's also a revelation to you that we became enemy number one, not to just white supremacy, but also the diaspora in Africa. It seems like everybody want us to bow down and not stand up for ourselves and not demand respect. They don't want us to mention our inventions, innovations, our greatness. They want us to stay quiet like the white man and just dribble the ball. Yeah, so I hope that revelation came to as well about how the Caribbean, Haiti, all that, and the 54 countries in Africa has really been disrespectful and ungrateful to Foundation Black Americans. And we are the image, Foundation Black Americans, we are the image of dark people, right? When people think of dark people, we have provided that excellence before the world. So if there's any respect the Caribbean is getting, if there's any respect Africa is getting on the surface, that's thanks to us. Like so many people we can name, Dr. King, Muhammad Ali, so many people we can name that you could think, Rosa Parks, and a list goes on and on and on. Okay, so to come to our homeland for better opportunities, and those opportunities will never be available if we didn't get the Civil Rights Act passed. There will be little to no people from the Caribbean over here, little to no people from Africa over here, if you understand immigration and how it worked. Now, I studied a little bit of the history of American immigration. I know that before the 1965 Settlers Immigration Act, all you darker people would be here in small, tiny numbers, and this country would be predominantly white Americans with a lot of Eastern and Southern Eastern Europeans. All right. Even Mexicans and Hispanic people couldn't even be here in large numbers. Asians would not be here in large numbers. So these opportunities, the dream, the American dream that's afforded to y'all is we are literally the reason for that possibility. So you would think folks would come over here and give us the red carpet. They don't do that. But they give Ibrahim Traoré the red carpet, and he didn't do anything for the diaspora or Africa as a whole. Anybody, I mean, so it's like the disrespect is like crazy, and they give the credit to people who ain't do anything. It's ridiculous. So how do you respond to that? John 3:20. Okay, so who is this?
And so I'm the obviously odd one out. Because of all the attention this is getting and the way it's affecting my family, I really want to also just pull back a bit to give them the space they need, so that I can be able to establish proper boundaries, so that they're protected as well. And so anything that happens here.
First of all, I don't know what this video is. Okay, JS says, this is old. Why do you care so much about these? Respect, this is ridiculous. Yeah, JS. For one, people send me videos and without too much context. I'm just playing though. I can't play videos that's sent from my lineage that supports the channel. Come on now. They keep the channel running. They keep the channel relevant. Let me see how those likes are, because those likes was horrible early in this morning. Let's see how they are now. Yeah, so people send me videos and I play them. Some be good, some be like this.
Wouldn't be affecting their audience that is now here. And so that looks like reevaluating what I'm exposing, the parts of my life I'm exposing to the world in a manner that I am still very, very comfortable with. And so the where to from here is that you'll see me pulling back. You'll see me not as much responding. If I'm responding to anything, it will solely be in the DMs, if any.
The DMs.
We're seeing. I think they're slim, but not zero. paint George W. Bush as like a good man. Erivo basically told this woman to watch her mouth. People can say George W. Bush seems nice without agreeing with his policies, and nowhere in the original tweet does it say she likes George W. Bush as a person. Their discontentment with this casting decision. In one exchange, Twitter user Pisces33 asked if they couldn't find an African American to play the role, and said that African American women were the ones who fought to get this story told. Cynthia Erivo responded by saying that she is a dark-skinned African woman with a degree in classical acting and a huge
She can
respect
sniff a
for
whole bag
POC
in one
history.
whiff. Rico Miller, Don Jeter.
POC history. I doubt that this is lost on you, but I feel the need to say that the story of Harriet Tubman pertains to a group of people a little bit more specific than POC. I've never even heard the phrase POC history. Wow. She continues, the African in African American is the thing I understand more fully than most. If you think that a black woman from the UK doesn't understand what this woman means and stands for, and if you think we don't fight for these stories to be told, then you are deeply misled. This is the pattern of behavior.
Has to go. This movie has to go. This movie has to go. This movie has to go.
Hi, I'm Grace Franklin. My grandmother is Aretha Franklin. I'm the one pictured in that video, along with my siblings, my parents, and some of my friends. As most people know, there are 2 biopics of my grandma currently being made, the Respect movie with Jennifer Hudson and the Genius series with Cynthia Erivo. As the immediate family, we feel that it's important to be involved with any biopic of my grandma's life, as it's hard to get any accurate depiction of anyone's life without speaking to the ones closest to them. During the process of writing, directing, and filming this movie, we've reached out to Genius as a family on multiple occasions where we've been disrespected and told that we will not be worked with. As the immediate family, emphasis on immediate, we do not support this film, and we ask that you also do not support this film, as we feel extremely disrespected, and we feel that there will be many inaccuracies about my grandmother's life. Thank you.
And this I am mainly bringing up to highlight that Cynthia Erivo has played a number of iconic Black American women in her career. I don't know how early she became attached to this project, and the failure to consult with Aretha Franklin's family is a failure on the part of the production team. But I don't know, maybe there is blame to share. I'm not employed in television, but it probably isn't impossible to sign on to a project about a real person if and only if you have assurance that their family will be involved and will give approval of how their story is told. There was some backlash regarding Erivo's casting on the grounds that she is not American. In an interview where she was asked what advice she would give to other young actresses who may be facing backlash for the opportunities they get, which is an odd way to frame this, but okay. Erivo responded by saying, it's important to not let people get you out of your character.
Entirety of the pandemic, Cynthia Erivo stayed with her nails done, and I, in passing, asked, who was doing Cynthia Erivo's nails? I tagged her, thinking she was never going to respond, but she personally responded. She came in my DM. She said,
I think she looks so gorgeous, and it's hard for me because I don't like wearing complexion makeup, hate the way foundation feels, but every molecule of me is thrumming with a need to dress up as this version of Elphaba. She's so hot. I need to paint myself green. And even just talking about Cynthia Erivo outside of Wicked, I should be upset for Black in general because they do not have to answer for or adequately repair and heritage or a culture of their own. To respond to the first point, I think it's incredibly unfair and cruel to say that when you consider that the reason many Black Americans do not feel connected to Africa or any countries within it is because their ancestors were ripped away from their homes and enslaved. The second point,
We were, well, you said ripped away. So here's a slick talk. That family, you got to immediately check. Do not let a African booty scratcher talk about the African slave trade. And then when they talk about we were ripped away, stolen, kidnapped, always ask these booty scratchers, who is the one that ripped us away, stole us, kidnapped us? All these fancy terms they use. Slow them down and ask them, who did that? Okay? And you're going to make their jaw drop. Because now we're dealing with accountability. And then they're going to lie and say the white man, or they're going to minimalize their role when the answers should be them. Like, hey, we Africans did that. Okay. And, we're sorry. Something like that. So always stop these booty scratchers once they say we were ripped away, stolen, kidnapped, and you always got to ask them. Don't assume that they are accurately depicting the events, because most likely they're not. So always ask them. Slow down. Don't let them talk like shy. Slow down. Calm down. Take your medicine. Who were these people that ripped us away, stole us, kidnapped us? All these fancy terms they use.
cruel to say that when you consider that the reason many Black Americans do not feel connected to Africa or any countries within it is because their ancestors were ripped away from their homes and enslaved. The second point simply could not be less
ripped away and enslaved. Who enslaved us? Obviously, the white man. So when you say ripped away, she tied that into enslaved. So the white man ripped us away and the white man enslaved us. Always hold them down and say, hold on, hold on. Are you sure it was the white man who ripped us away? And it wasn't the African man? Like, okay, let's get history correct. It was you guys who ripped us away and sold us to the white man to enslave us. So let's recount the events correctly. Africans ripped us away, kidnapped us, stole us. Africans then sold us to the white man for little to nothing, drugs, K2, scissor. You dig that Fenty pack for drugs and alcohol and weapons. So the white man can enslave us. Okay, but don't forget, there's no enslavement without your role. Just know that. Invisible Man said, I appreciate the info of John Mercer Langston. I was done with Umar the first time I heard him. There is money to be made in creating business here and abroad. Don't totally dismiss those opportunities. Right now we knew. Okay, so thank you for that, Invisible Man. But we do know there's a lot of opportunities in America. Okay, we know there's a lot of investments to be made here. And because that's a proven concept. We see it every day. So the whole dream of investing in Africa and somehow getting return on our investment, that has remained to be seen in the foundational Black American circles. Okay, we see Africa going over there. We see Russia going over there, put money in and get money back. But these are countries. These are statesmen, countrymen, whatever, getting that done on behalf of the country. We're not a country. We're a small ethnic group that make up 13% within a country. So that's like just unrealistic. And we're not like all a monolith. Like we're just all coming to Africa with our $2.8 trillion to invest. That's not happening. Okay, that's so far from the truth. What happens is that we're going to invest as individuals if we were to invest at all. But again, there's no proof of concept. There's no FBA walking around riches and he's telling us or she's telling us, hey, I got this money because I invested in Africa. That's not the case. The proven concept is that you have foundation Black Americans who are successful in investing in America. Okay, so that's the fact there. Okay.
true. Despite having had so much taken away,
Peace,
Black
Sand.
Americans have so much culture that is diverse across the states, and culture from which many people globally, often including the people who repeat this untruth, take enjoyment and inspiration. An experience I've had a few times living in London is another Black person asking me where I'm from because of my accent, I assume. And so I say I'm from the States because that's where I'm from, that's where I grew up, and I sound like this. And sometimes they'll say,
Hey, yo, they just will not admit. Look, go to Africa, invest in Africa, but they won't even claim they're from Africa.
they know where are you really from, or where are you from originally. And my parents are Jamaican immigrants, so I'll say my parents are from Jamaica. But I do sometimes.
You see, why is it so embarrassing just to say you're American? I'm sorry. I'm tripping. I'm reading the comments. Why is it so embarrassing just to say you're Jamaican? Why do you say you're from the States? You're giving off the illusion. You're implying you're FBA to the person who's inquiring. That's called deception. One more time.
London is another Black person asking me where I'm from because of my accent, I assume. And so I say I'm from the States because that's
Why? You know what they mean. They're not asking you, hey, what state do you, they would ask you, hey, what state do you live in? What state do you reside? When somebody just leave it out like that, where you from? They're always talking about your lineage. Come on, man, your homeland. Deceiving people. And then that lie is never sufficient because they're going to come back and say, no, come on, where you really from? We know you're not foundational.
that's where I'm from, that's where I grew up, and I sound like this. And sometimes they'll say, no, where are you really from, or where are you from originally? And my parents are Jamaican immigrants, so I'll say my parents are from Jamaica. But I do sometimes think about, like, what if that was all I know? What if the United States was the only thing I had as an answer for you?
Oh my God. you know you don't resonate with this country. Come on, man. Stop it. What if that's all I knew? No, well, that's impossible. Okay, that's not only what we know. We know our history in this country. You dig? We know our ancestors. We know our mother's mother, mother's 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 mother, father's 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 father. You dig? You can't, if you can't do that, then you know that can't be your only answer. Okay, so stop.
My parents are Jamaican immigrants, so I'll say my parents are from Jamaica. But I do sometimes think about, like, what if that was all I know? What if the United States was the only thing I had as an answer for you? We just have a moment of silent meditation on the triangle trade.
No, they would know you're not FBA. So if you say, well, I really don't know where I'm from. I just lived in the States. My mom never told me. The person inquiring would know you're not FBA. And that's all they meant when they asked you that question. So if you are melanated, family, folks out there, others, if you are melanated and random people come to you and say, hey, where are you from? And you don't have an answer of a homeland, all they're trying to inquire, like they understand you're not FBA. They just want to know, where did you migrate from? Where did you immigrate from? Your parents, or when, where, how? That's all. But the answer, the question is really just distinguishing you from us. That's all. And they just confirming that. Or
I feel
you
like I
are
don't need
confirming
that
that.
information about a person's ethnic background right away. Like, if we get to know each other, it will be revealed over time. You trust me. If you hang out with me more than twice, you will know that I am Jamaican.
Wait, but why is that not, why don't you just stand on that? Man, we know the worst words a non-FBA, some of them, the worst thing you can ask a non-melanated, I'm sorry, the worst thing you can ask a non-FBA melanated person is, where are you from? For some reason, that's like kryptonite. So they get offended. What you ask me? Where you trying to get at? Okay, go. It's like, where you trying to get at?
Just things to think about. And I'm not saying that everyone's just ganging up on Black Americans all the time. I mean, sometimes you are. And you mentioned mass shootings a lot. Do you think we like those? But I do very much think that there are multiple contingencies fighting each other. I definitely know Black Americans who have really unsavory opinions of Black immigrants from countries in Africa and the Caribbean, for example. My only real take on this phenomenon is that it serves no purpose, except maybe temporarily soothing your ego with a false sense of superiority. But you gain nothing real from disparaging other Black people based on where they're from or their culture. Everywhere you go, there is anti-Blackness. We do not need to spend energy doing the work of racists for them. If you are part of the African diaspora, I implore you, please, can we just love each other? Bond over our similarities and honor our differences? No more diaspora wars, please, I beg. This video is not me telling you to boycott Wicked or any of Cynthia Erivo's work. Maybe don't watch Harriet or they rate the series legally, though. This was very much just me airing a grievance that's been rattling around in my head for years and sharing some reflections on Cynthia Erivo's bad behavior.
So wait, hold on, let's back up.
But also the work of racists for them. But you gain nothing real from disparaging other Black people, soothing your ego with a false sense of superiority. But you gain nothing in Africa and the Caribbean, for example. Do you think we like those? But I do very much think that there are multiple contingencies fighting each other. I definitely know Black Americans
Fighting each other. So asking them where they're from, that's fighting each other. Their logic is crazy. Asking them where they're from, that's picking a fight.
we like those. But I do very much think that there are multiple contingencies fighting each other. I definitely know Black Americans who have really unsavory opinions of Black immigrants from countries in Africa and the Caribbean, for example. My only
No, we don't. Yeah, that's projection. We don't talk about you guys. Yo, can these folks state something that we say about Africans or the Caribbean that's untrue? Like, don't say, hey, you said they're starving. They are. Oh, they need food. They need food. Third world country. It is. Like, repeat something that we say that's false, like you do us.
real take on this phenomenon is that it serves no purpose, except maybe temporarily soothing your ego with a false sense of superiority. But you gain nothing.
So we're superior because we simply ask them, where are you from? Like, they take that as we are asserting superiority over them. They take that as, if they're not from America, which is greater. That's how they take it.
Real from disparaging other Black people based on where they're from or their culture. Everywhere you go, there is anti-Blackness. We do not need to spend energy doing the work of racists for them.
I don't even know what anti-Blackness is in her mind.
If you are part of the African diaspora, I implore you, please, can we just love each other? Bond over our similarities.
Well, that can't be true if this is happening. Hold on. You said, can we love each other, right? All right. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Where's the love here? Okay. I need you to tell me, where is the love here? All right. So one more time. Repeat that. Run that back, Turbo.
We do not need to spend energy doing the work of racists for them. If you are part of the African diaspora, I implore you, please, can we just love each other? Bond over our similarities and honor our differences? No more diaspora wars, please, I beg. This video is not me telling you to boycott Wicked or any of Cynthia Erivo's work. Maybe don't watch Harriet or they read the series legally.
So no more diaspora wars. Okay. I mean, again, like this is something that's one-sided, and here's the proof.
Like, Black people don't like us, and then Africans, what's their combat to that?
I actually had like a coworker that asked me that like recently. Actually, was like, "Hey, is it true that Africans don't like us Black Americans?" I'm just like, where do y'all get this information from? You know, but it's like, and I was like thinking, I'm like, you know what, like, you know, he was like, when like we have Black Americans here go back to Africa just to visit, and it's like how us Africans be looking at them and stuff.
So she said, look, so the question is, Foundation Black Americans asked them, is it true that Africans and diasporan folks don't like FBAs? She said, where do you get that from? Like, that's just a figment of your insecure imagination.
Like us, and then Africans, what's their combat to that?
I actually had like a coworker that asked me that like recently. Actually, was like, "Hey, is it true that Africans don't like us Black Americans?" I'm just like, where do y'all get this information from?
All right. So where did we get the information from? A few moments earlier.
Right. Like when I was younger, I would be like, they just so mean. Like I can't have my American friends over. But it's not really being mean. It's just, I guess, protection. Protection of the unknown. So
protection, of the unknown. Like they just be
so basically she's talking about her parents. Why she can't have Foundation Black American friends. She said, I thought it was at first my parents just being mean, saying we can't hang around with the Akata. But then later on, I just realized as I got older, they're just protecting me. They're just protecting me from the Akata.
So clueless. Oh my God. I just be wanting, bro. Just take a chance.
That's how they were raised. Like, I think what we have to remember.
Take a chance with the Akata. Listen what she just said.
Like they just be so clueless. Oh
Their
my
parents.
God. I just be wanting, bro. Just take a chance.
Just take a chance with the Akata. Mommy, they're not that bad. I'm in English class with them, and no, they're okay. They're not so dangerous and lazy. They're working hard in class, Mom. No, go to bed. You're young. You don't know. Mom, just take a chance. Take a chance with the Akata.
They were raised, like, I think what we have to remember too is like our parents were not born in this country.
Right.
Like they came to this country blindly. Like,
immigrants.
Not knowing nothing.
So they come into the country blindly. But earlier, when the FBA asked you, why do Africans hate us? You said, where did they get this idea from? And now you're telling us where the idea came from. It came from your parents. And they're just blind. All the excuses, no accountability.
So
facts.
What
it makes sense.
It makes sense.
It makes sense.
It makes sense. So their parents' unjustifiable hatred of FBAs, it makes sense. Okay, just put a few in the truck. That's it. Okay. Go.
Always tell them, like, when you come here, your family is still in your ear. Make sure this, make sure that. This and that happens in America. Like,
make sure don't hang around the Akata. So much stuff happens in America via the Akata. Make sure you distance yourself. Don't bring them to your home. Don't go to their home. Stay in your enclaves and be protected.
So
but if little Susie, these little white supremacist kids come play with you, they're safe. You can play with them.
that sticks with them. That's just what's in them. Right. And as we grow up, we change
So
their
it sticks in them. Okay, that's what's just in them. So remember, they act. Where did FBA get this idea from? Africans hate us, and now they're telling us it's their parents, and they grow up in it, and it sticks in them. There's no changing them. They can't reform that. They can't reform their parents. The devil.
your ear. Make sure this, make sure that. This and that happens in America. Like, so that sticks with them. That's just what's in them. Right. And as we grow up, we change their views on things and change their mindsets and how they view situations. Like, I know every day I'm putting my mom onto something. Like,
right. Like when I was
okay. So there you go. That's one. How about this one?
You know what I'm saying? I don't believe that'll be enough per se. Not for them. Like, it's over. They think how they think. And they go. And that's it. Like, my
So
dad,
she's saying there's no way to change their parents' views about FBAs. They're older, they're adults. It's just give up. You know, it starts with us, the youth. Watch this.
per se. Not for them. Like, it's over. They think how they think. And they go. And that's it. Like, my dad, he's never going to change. Because, like, you know.
My dad is never going to change the way he feels about FBAs.
No, he's not clueless. Like, when he was in Africa, like, they did the whole independence thing and fighting for their independence. Like, you know, white people have had their foot on black people's necks for the longest. And he was a victim of that. And, like, your dad had took my dad to that museum in Montgomery. The Black History one? Yeah.
So the lady right here, she's half FBA, half African, whatever. And her dad took her dad to the Alabama museum, whatever, to show her dad, who hates us so much. They got these crazy stereotypes of us, white supremacist mindset. So he was taken to a FBA museum to show what had happened to us via white supremacy, right, in this country.
He came back and he was like, my heart's so heavy. These black people put these black people through so much. Like, y'all, he was so sad. He was like, if he would see what these people did to these other people. And he's not clueless. He knows. Right.
Okay, so he knows about white supremacy and he knows about FBAs, and he still found love in his heart for white supremacy and found a lot of hate for FBAs. That's what she's saying. One more time.
I feel like to these other people. And he's not clueless. He knows. Right. But I feel like it's lack of going past the surface. Because the surface of African American culture.
So he wants to believe that. In other words, he knows better. He knows white supremacy ain't SHIT. He knows FBA's been harmed, you feel me, mistreated. So he knows better, but he just can't go past the surface. He just won't accept it. He came to the country with certain white supremacist stereotypes of FBAs, and he's stuck right there.
Is what they show us. It's the vibe. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe.
So now it's blame the white man. The white man, no, because you just watched something in contrary. So you just debunked yourself. No, the white man shows us stuff. How? Your country is ran by you. There's no white man in your country. But even if that was true, you just watched a video that debunked what you were showed in your country. And your father is sold. FBAs aren't SHIT. And then they'll say, where do you get these ideas from? We got it from you. Moments earlier, what the hell?
Because the surface of African American culture is what they show us. It's the violence. And it's not like it's a lie completely.
Okay, so the violence that you're shown. Now, family, where are you shown this stuff at? In the immigration office before you get your passport? Like, Like, what's going on here? Because your country's ran by you. So when do you get to see these disparaging videos about us, about the violence? And it's not like it's not true. There's, you know, Chicago, there's crack dealing. Ma'am, you live in Sudan. Ma'am, you live in Zimbabwe. Ma'am, you live in Lagos, a floating slum. The worst of Black America is like Hollywood. It's like Beverly Hills compared to the best of what you got in your country, ma'am. You have no constitution. You have no freedoms. They're not guaranteed. Eminent domain. We complain about eminent domain in America. Shit. What about eminent domain in Africa? So Africa has always been, their violence always been on steroids. So you're watching movies about us. I mean, it's not like it's not true.
Past the surface because the surface.
So you can see that what the parents taught has water. It's came on. It's leaked onto their children. You dig? So we're not going to separate. That's like a racist white person with kids. Super racist, well known, documented, and we believe none of it influenced the kids. Like, stop. Listen to this woman.
Of African American culture is what they show us. It's the violence, and it's not like it's a lie completely.
What violence are you being shown? What violence? Hey yo, in one day or a week in their countries, and they have so much violence and deaths that'll take up our entire year in Black America. Like one week of their coups warring with jihadists or themselves, those deaths be totaling our yearly deaths. And this chick talking about violence where child marriages are illegal, trafficking, women being disrespected, all this type of harmed and forced to comply sexually. All these things happen in their countries without any consequences. And they got the nerve to say the violence in Black America is not that it's not true. So my dad has, something go off. We got some more lineage love in the building. Definitely found value in the content and the channel, supporting it, inspiring me to keep going on and on and on. Thank you very much. Listen to this dog.
Because the surface of African American culture is what they show us. It's the violence, and it's not like it's a lie completely, but we never get to know the people themselves and why they are like that because of the surface.
Why we're like that because of the surface. What just happened here? Like, they sound like little white supremacists. Yeah, I couldn't tell if this was an African woman or Jared Teller. These guys, they're low IQs, man. They're so violent. But we got to get to know them as a person. We can't be so prejudgmental. Let's get them a nice, comfortable jail cell with a pillow and a bed and, some good food, and let's place them there. Like, we don't have to be racist. Let's just place them in a jail cell, a comfortable jail cell. A little Tether. Oh no, we just gotta get past. Like, they're so violent and degenerate, but let's not throw them away in the trash. They just need a hug.
And it's not like it's a lie completely, but we never get.
Appreciate Aspiring Heights. She said, by Ron, your channel helped me so much. Thank you. That's the purpose of it. The purpose is for this channel to be a voice for you guys, because a lot of times people feel it kind of like FBA, kind of like ADOS. That was those acronyms was a voice for us. Like, we always felt that way. We just never could voice it, right? We never had the acronyms to describe it. But all of us always felt that way. So a lot of times people feel a certain way. It's just not, it's not, it's not capsuled. You feel me? So with the ADOS acronym, the FBA acronym, for the first time, our thoughts and opinions were capsulated. And we just said, oh, thank you. Now we can swallow this stuff. And we swallowed it and boom. So I try to be that capsulation of thought over here. I try to express what you guys think in a few, and express it, articulate it in a few words. So you thought, okay, that's what I was trying to say. And Bias Ron said it. That's how I felt. I couldn't express it, but he said it. I like that. Let me tell my uncle this. Let me tell my mom that, in that way. Because a lot of times you try to express something online and to your friends or to your parents, and you don't really know how to do that. So you listen to outlets like this and others to see if we can speak to what you wanted, what your interests, right? And then when we finally do, you say, you know what? I like how Ron put that together. I'm going to say it like that. I think the way Ron put it together, I believe my loved ones can accept it now. Ryan Revon, aka $5 super chat. Thank you. Super sticker. Thank you again. Valuing the channel, supporting it, keeping me going, inspiring me. Thank you very much. Motivating, making me feel energetic. And you could tell in the voice earlier, I was like, kind of like, because I just woke up. Now you can see more energy in the voice, and the love I'm getting definitely brings that energy. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's a familiar energy in this room that we call the chat. So I resent that. I resent what she said. Well, you know, the violence, you know, it's actually true. But let's not throw away the baby with the bathtub. We can work with these FBAs, you know? Let's give them a hug. They don't know the evil they do. Let's direct them back to Africa so they can get in touch with their roots and learn how to be civilized human beings all over again. Like they are so far gone from their humanity instincts. You dig? That's how they sound.
The surface of African American culture is what they show us. It's the violence. And it's not like it's a lie completely, but we never get to know the people themselves and why they are like that because of the surface.
Why we're like that. Why we're so, look, the like that is associated with the violence. We don't get to know why they're violent. And it's really because of the surface, like, because we kind of don't want to dig deeper. We kind of just accept the facts. They're violent. We leave it there. Let's move away from them. Let's do our own enclaves. Let's stay private. Let's not get around these guys because they're violent. And but we don't want to get past the surface. We don't want to understand why are they so violent. This is exactly what she's saying.
African American, and like he's not clueless. He knows, right? But I feel like it's lack of going past the surface because the surface of African American culture is what they show us. It's the violence. And it's not like it's a lie completely, but we never get to know the people themselves and why they are like that because of the surface.
And because like they don't allow themselves to get close to any American.
They don't let themselves be close to any Foundation Black Americans. I told you guys, I said, how is it possible? Then we had Coons come on the panel and lie and try to defend his behavior. Now, but we got you now. We got them saying exactly what I said. I said, how is it possible that we live near Africans and we never see them in our daily lives? They don't shop where we shop at for grocery stores. They don't club where we club. They don't go to a bar we go to. They don't go bowling where we go. Wherever we go, right, where we're around them at, they're just conveniently not there. It's like, how is it possible? So we like, damn, Africans. Then we see them at work. We be like, hey, man, what's up? What up, Shaka? And small conversation. And you'd be like, yeah, man, I stay in Baltimore. Shaka be like, me too. You'd be like, really? Like, yeah, man, my whole village stayed there. It's about 13,000 of us. Really? How's that possible? Where will you shop at? Oh, I'm not telling you, nigga. No, we don't want to be around you guys because you're so violent. And we don't want to go past the surface. We don't want to figure out why you're so violent. We're just going to accept the violence that the white supremacists give us, and we're going to stay over here. We're going to delineate, nigga. We're going to divide. Okay, we're going to be divisive.
They don't have really any American friends. It's just like they stay in their little bubble.
And yeah, that keeps you on the surface.
Yeah, and I think a lot of older Native Africans don't understand like cause and effect. You know what I'm saying? When you go through slavery and you are in a system that is just literally like a systematic race.
Okay, so now they're gonna explain why we're so violent. Oh, see, the slavery did it. The white man was violent towards them, and when he freed them, they harbored that violence.
That's another reason why I don't like when first generation Africans try to, like push away other black people, because here in America, you in the same boat. You're in the same boat. You may have a
Before I play this, so I gave Still Keys a wrench, a lineage wrench. I made you a mod, Still Keys. Still Keys said, never seen them at the park, family reunions, cookouts, nothing. Yo, they're never around us, and that's intentional. We're hearing why. These are African women here, all four of them, and we're hearing why we never see them. They build their enclaves. They believe we're violent. They believe the rhetoric of white supremacists, and this is how you see these folks become conservatives, because it starts with those thoughts. Once you have those thoughts and you express them amongst your white friends, they immediately what they call it, jump you in the gang of conservatism, right? Immediately. Really? You notice that too? Shaka? Yeah, they are violent, right? Well, here, man, let me invite you to this little conservative party we giving. And now you got a bunch of African coon conservatives, a bunch of African tether conservatives. Yeah. So Still Keys, make sure you like the video, subscribe, notification bell, that good stuff. So we live again tonight. You could be in the building. You feel me? Yeah, but how come we're never in the same spaces ever? So that's what I mean by I think I became that voice for some of you. Like I just said, like I put that together. I said, wait a minute, why are so many Africans live amongst us in some states, but we never ever see them. We never are in the same places at the same time to fellowship. Cause I'm like, how the hell we're one, but we don't even know you? Oh, we're one nigga. It's all about the motherland. We got to get together and invest in Africa and build it back up to a first world continent. It's like, yo, I don't even know you. Like, yo, you're not around us. You got Caribbean folks. We be around them, clubs, rapping, whatever. Like we're around them. We kind of got a good sense of who they are. They got a good sense of who we are. So they're way more familiar with us. But those Africans, like, they are so distant, and we're learning why. Keep exposing your parents. Go ahead.
That's another reason why I don't like when first generation Africans try to, like push away other black people, because
push away other. So she don't like how first gen Africans push away other black people. When they say black people, she's using that term how we would use it, as an ethnonym, exclusive ethnonym. So the ethnonym she's using, black people, that's us. So she's saying, I don't get why I don't like how first gen Africans push away black people. She's talking about foundational black Americans. Why do first gen Africans push us away? Okay, she's going to explain.
The reason why I don't like when first generation Africans try to, like push away other black people, because here in America, you in the same boat. You're in the same boat. You may have a village and all, but the outside world treats you exactly the same. Like,
that's a lie.
Exactly the same. They're not seeing you like, oh,
yes, they do.
Oh, you're African. Let me coddle you.
Yes, they do. Let me jump you in this gang of called the Conservative Party.
Oh no, you're black. You talk that way. You definitely look that way.
Right, but looks can be deceiving. Definitely not black, like you said. You call them Africans. That's what they are, right? Black and African is not interchangeable at all. And just in Africa, and black ain't interchangeable. There's no land of black. There's no black diaspora. There's no Pan-Africanism. Okay. African. And you be comfortable with that, man. Be comfortable with who you are. So Kim Standing says they never went to war with the US or Europeans to get their people back. They outnumber both countries. Right. Yeah. Kim Standing, great point. Kim, why would you get back? Why would you not? Here's the thing for you, Kim, and this is a loving question for you, right? Why would you want a refund on something you sold and you're satisfied with the trade? Okay, so if you sold your 64-inch TV to myself, unbiased Ron, and I bought it and I paid you a dollar amount and you're happy with the dollar amount, okay, you went and did what you did with it. I got the TV hung up in my home. I'm happy. Why would you come back to me 20 years, 15 years, 10 years later asking for a refund when you're satisfied with the exchange? So, Kim, they didn't war with any countries because they were satisfied with the trade. They felt like it was a good deal. Trading FBAs for guns, crack, fentanyl, and stuff like that, man, alcohol. They were satisfied with that trade. Okay. So let me go from there to here. Okay. Hold on. Let me get it right.
No.
Okay, so this is somebody asking a rhetorical question. Let's see what can he add to the conversation.
Black people who come from the African diaspora. Well, this article came out recently. It's from the LA Times. Black immigrants face more discrimination in the US. The source is sometimes surprising. So you would think with this kind of article, where they're trying to demonize and make Black Americans look bad by making us look like we're discriminated against Black immigrants, you would think that by the actual stats, the actual crime stats, the hate crime stats, that we are the majority. You would think that there was this universal African diaspora agreement about Black issues in America, that there wouldn't be data that would demonstrate as to why some of us have issues with certain people who come here who happen to look just like us. Because many of those who look just like us happen to fall into that old adage, not all skin folks are kin folks. And we're going to get deeper into this story and other stories to demonstrate what I'm talking about. So this story features a story of a woman from the African diaspora. And this article came out in the LA Times, and they're trying to paint Black Americans as these evil monsters who just don't want Black immigrants to come here. And that's been the prevailing narrative, that we are jealous of them, that we are secretly hateful, that we...
Interesting, because Dr. King debunked that. He was like, when they asked him about immigrants coming over here, he didn't say, nah, hell no. Now, he did acknowledge that they're going to be, he did acknowledge that they would be problematic, but he said overall, we're going to help them assimilate. So Dr. King himself debunks that notion. Okay. So since people want to use Dr. King, with Dr. King, he wasn't pro-immigration, but he wasn't against it. And he was like, yo, since they here, we're going to make sure that they are not discriminated against. We're going to make sure they get the resources and programs they need. You know, he's probably turning in his grave now, but that was what I said.
To reframe the way we think as Africans, to accept that African American people are our lost siblings, with the rise of people saying that they're not descendants of Africans, and like that.
The disrespect is unreal. Like, they are so used, just like a white supremacist racist, okay? They're so used to talking amongst themselves about us in the most disrespectful way, that in the public they can't discern from what is disrespectful language and what's not. Like, they really can't discern what's disrespectful to us and what's not. Like, that's bad when you're that used to talking about somebody all day long. You dig?
Okay.
I really feel like we need to reframe the way we think as Africans to accept that African American people are our lost siblings. With the rise of people saying that they're not descendants of Africans and like that agenda being pushed, I feel like there's really an anti-African vibe going on. And
wait, hold on, anti-African vibe. You just call us your lost siblings. That's not anti-FBA. And then we're saying simply the obvious thing, yo, we're not African. Well, from your logic, if we're a lost people, right? Wouldn't we not know who we are? So if we're lost people, wouldn't it be common sense for us to say we're not African? We wouldn't even know, right? We're lost.
for the people who are tapped in and know that they are of African descent and want to feel connected and want to feel
rainbow.
Make a quick-ish video about something that has been on my mind for a long time. But before we get into the topic for today, I want to talk about a little hair update. I have discovered using castor oil. I really love it. Like, I know it's a thick oil. My hair out. Look, now attached.
We don't care.
Buying things. It's becoming something bigger and bigger and bigger. I feel like there has been a rise. I just never knew. Everybody who was really sent me as well on my Patreon. So I'm still slowly developing my makeup. I'm slowly buying things. I'm thankful for everybody who was really sent me love for like my last video talking about my health experiences. Today's video is a video I've been wanting to talk about for years, but I just never knew how to properly approach it. But I feel as if it's becoming something bigger and bigger and bigger. I feel like there has been a rise of discourse around diaspora wars. If you don't know what diaspora wars is, how do I even explain it? So like this thing where they feel like, how do I even explain it? How do I explain diaspora wars?
Exactly. Yeah, I can explain for you. Diaspora war is a one-sided war that Africans and those of the diaspora has always felt a jealousy way, an envious way towards foundational Black Americans. Okay, they always felt like it should have been them. You dig? Some shaggy shit. It should have been me, or it wasn't me. Like that. That's how they feel. Remix. It should have been me, right? And they have released cold wars amongst themselves against us. So amongst themselves in Africa, they will talk about how they would justify selling us. They would justify our greatness. Okay, that's just white supremacy. You guys ain't do shit, and that's how they'll talk about us in their homeland. And then they would justify, oh, they're violent. Oh, they're drug dealers. Oh, because have you been to America? No. So how do you know that? Oh, movies. Yeah, but the movies are from the colonialists that you say are evil. I know, but I just want to believe it. Then they'll get amongst us and have the Cold Wars continue. They'll get into politics, city council men and women, and vote against our best interests, and then reallocate funds towards immigration. Because when we think of immigration, we automatically think of Hispanics. Okay, and then by doing that, they get to sneak under the bed, you dig, and take advantage of those immigration benefits. And then what really got the Cold War out in the opening is when we said reparations are going to be United States reparations are going to be exclusively for foundational Black Americans. That's when all hell, they said the Cold War is over. Now it's outright diaspora war. So that's the real story and definition behind all that stuff.
It's like feeling like Nigerians don't like African Americans, or African Americans don't like Nigerians, or
that ain't it.
Africans don't like Caribbean people don't like
that ain't it.
African.
That ain't it. You guys, all of you Caribbeans and Africans said your parents taught you alike to stay away from us. Okay, our parents never taught us that. So this is a one-sided war. Diaspora war is something that the um, Africans and the Caribbean came up with and waged it against us, unbeknownst to us. It was an unprovoked war.
Americans, like all of this, all of the fighting, giving you a background on myself. I was born in London, but completely raised here in Atlanta, Georgia. And I'm of Nigerian descent. I'm Nigerian.
Here we go.
I really liked how embraced I felt by African American culture from young because
Oh, so you weren't called a booty scratcher. Okay.
I don't know. It's all I knew. Okay, so in my mind growing up, I knew in my household things were different. And then when I go outside to the world, things are different. So I knew obviously my parents are Nigerian, so they're speaking Yoruba to each other. There's certain things that we do culturally, but my socialization, because I feel like you're kind of more socialized by your outside space sometimes than your inside space, was African American. I've always enjoyed the music. I've always enjoyed the dancing. I've always enjoyed the food. I feel African American. I always make a distinction that I am not generationally African American just because I feel like that is a really specific experience and that should be.
So you agree with the ethnogenesis, but we don't call ourselves African American though.
Something separate, but I always make it known that I am influenced by African American culture.
So she admitted. So you see, it's not a hard concept to adopt. I'm saying we're not African American, we're Black. And like she just said, African American is exclusive to us in this country who share the same experience. You're just messing up on a name. We're not African American, we're Black. But everything else is perfectly well said. Black, the same way you said you're not African American because that's exclusive to us. Well, you're not Black because that's exclusive to us. So Black is the right term, not African American. But everything you said was correct. So you're outside of that. You're influenced by it, but you're not that. You're not Black. You're a Nigerian who lived in London and now Atlanta, Georgia. That's who you are. But Black is something you're not.
I grew up here. And one thing that I see whenever diaspora words come up is a lot of Africans saying that when they came to America or growing up, they were called African booty scratchers.
Oh boy.
Like that word, and it's so funny because that word, doesn't it come from that movie with Eddie Murphy in it?
Oh boy.
We need to have beef with them for creating that word and then putting it on us. But anyway, the term African booty scratcher or people saying that you're burnt or all these things or whatever, all these like African terms saying
No. Ain't African terms. There's a lot of dark skinned FBAs. So stop it.
Oh, how do you guys make your house out of mud? Da, 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 da.
Ooh. Wow. You made your house out of mud. Oh my God, that's so traumatizing. Oh my God, I need therapy, Mom. I need to see a shrink. That hurts me so bad. That word is worse than what any colonialist ever called me, Mom. Oh my God, colonialism has ransacked our country and said the worst things about us. They actually physically made us poor, where we had to flee. But being called we'll forgive them. We'll forgive them. But being called an African booty scratcher and burnt and whatever else he says, that is so much worse. That is so much worse. That can't be forgiven. We're traumatized forever. Mom, send us to a shrink, please. Like, stop this bullshit.
My perspective with that experience is, so yes, I was called an African booty scratcher, but for me, you know who else was called?
God. So you were called who else?
African booty scratchers? Dark-skinned people, dark-skinned girls growing up.
Exactly. So you see, it wasn't exclusive to people of the diaspora or African, because how do a little 7 and 9-year-old know you're African or not when you guys say we look alike? So y'all got to make your mind up. Do we look alike or we don't? If we look alike, then how would a 7, 9-year-old differentiate who's African, who's not? But she said the truth. The truth is that was probably something called to all dark-skinned people. Okay. And that may be true. That sounds like it's true. But what's also true is that was not something that kids were taught in their home by their parents. That's also true. We can't say the same for you and what you were taught by your parents. We already know.
Like one of my best friends growing up, her name was Jada. She was called African booty scratchers. People often in America assume dark-skinned people to be African looking. And the term of African being a pejorative or like did I say that?
Well, I don't know. Well, you might be making that up. But that don't got nothing to do with African looking necessarily. Because we don't believe Haitians are African That's not how we think Haitians are Haitians, Africans are Africans. We don't think Jamaicans are African, no matter how dark and how much they might resemble somebody from the continent. Our way we think, we separate you guys. Africans are Africans, Haitians are Haitians, Jamaicans are Jamaicans, Puerto Ricans are Puerto Ricans, and some of them look just like Dominicans. But we respect the distinction between the two. We distinguish you guys. We distinguish you guys. We distinguish them because of your unique distinction. You said we're not. You said you're not Dominican, right? To me, you look like the damn Dominican, but you're saying you're not. I respect that. Okay, you're Puerto Rican. That's how we do over here. We don't make you that because you look like it.
We're right, but like African as like a negative term is all coming from anti-blackness. And I wish that when we had discussions about diaspora wars, we spoke about the fact that a lot of what's going on is our anti-blackness, how it plays out into each other. Like someone calling me African booty scratcher is like rooted in the fact that you feel like Africans are lower than every other group. The reason that people think Africans are lower than every other group is because of white supremacy, is because of this belief that Africans are beneath everyone else, right? So when a black person is regurgitating these things that is to each other.
Uh-oh. When they say black person, they're only talking about FBAs.
We all know that the root comes from how
white supremacy.
How non-blacks view Africa, how the depiction of Africa.
Oh my God, it comes all the way back down to white supremacy. So, but your mom never told you to stay away from the Akata. I got it.
Africa has become global. If an African American person who looks like me is calling me an African booty scratcher, it's like more like, this is what I talk about when I'm talking about the double-edged sword, because you're stabbing yourself to stab me. And I wish that people understood that even though those terms hurt.
I wish you understood why you recall that. It wasn't because you were African and from Nigeria or lived in London. It's because your parents taught you to stay away from the Akata. So you got 7-year-olds and 9-year-olds trying to play with you, and you won't play with them, and they don't understand. It's not making sense to them. So they're thinking you're weird. And weird people get names called at them. And that's why you were called an African booty scratcher. It was in self-defense because you didn't want to play with the FBA kids because you were taught by your parents to stay away from the Akata. So that's the real context.
And those terms suck, and being bullied as a kid sucks. When black people are making insults towards you because of your culture, they're making the insults right back at them. Because we all know that African American people are African people. Like they're descendants of African people. Something I also want to just like speak to is like, I lived in Nigeria for a year, and there's anti-blackness that Nigerians say to other Nigerians. Like colorism is so massive in Nigeria. It's big everywhere in the world. But I feel like the normalization of skin bleaching and stuff like that is so common in Nigeria that people make comments like that all the time. So for me, I'm like, why are we now singling out African Americans for saying anti-black things towards us when our Nigerians also say anti-black things towards each other, and African Americans say anti-black things towards African Americans? Like, this is why.
That's oh my God. What are we doing? All of this is to just deny and reject accountability. This is sad.
I think it's so important to speak on things as systematic versus the individual experience, because when you see that the system that it's all under is anti-blackness, then we can really, really get going. This is why I feel like colorism is so global, because colorism, featureism, texturism, because those are the three things that you use to identify a black person. It's your hair, it's your complexion, and it's your features. So when you have those three things, like if you don't benefit from colorism, if you don't benefit from featureism, if you don't benefit from texturism, people are going to say very terrible things to you, and that is across the globe. They're going to say it to you in Germany, they're going to say it to you in Atlanta, they're going to say it to you in Lagos. If you are someone who is genuinely affected by all three of those things, it's going to be bad everywhere. I think when people come from other countries, there is a lot of propaganda to separate Africans, to not feel like they are a part of African American people, which is directly linked to white supremacy.
Oh my God, here we go again. They all say this. Oh, here we go. Family, this is their way out of accountability. So she's admitting, yes, Africans come to America feeling a certain way about Foundation Black Americans, before they even step foot off the plane. Okay. She's agreeing this is rooted in their homelands. Okay. But then she'll, instead of blaming themselves for having these biased, ugly feelings about us, she'll blame the white man. This is why this is the number one reason why we can't ever do anything with these people. Throw a rock and hide their hands. You FBAs are violent, and we hold them accountable. No, the white man taught me. That's called hiding your hand. You throw an insult and you hid your hand. Hiding your hand means no accountability for your dirty actions.
Is really affected by all three of those things. It's going to be bad everywhere.
I think when people come from other countries, there is a lot of propaganda to separate Africans, to not feel like they are a part of African American people, which is directly linked to white supremacy.
Oh,
I think it's very intentional that a system does not want people who look the same to feel united, because when you feel united, that's when power happens, that's when change happens. That is.
Wait a minute, but why are you believing it? You don't have, look, you can tell Diddy no. You can tell Diddy no. You don't gotta go to the party, Africans. You can tell the white man no. I don't believe that. That's false. That's my brother. That's my brother. You can say that. You don't have to believe it. Why do you guys believe it? You don't have to drink the Kool-Aid, man. You can say, hey, give me a bottle. I prefer a bottle of water. Okay. One more time.
To separate Africans.
People are going to say very terrible things to you, and that is across the globe. They're going to say it to you in Germany, they're going to say it to you in Atlanta, they're going to say it to you in Lagos. If you are someone who is genuinely affected by all three of those things, it's going to be bad everywhere.
I think when people come from other countries, there is a lot of propaganda to separate Africans, to not feel like they are a part of African American people, which is directly linked to white supremacy. I think it's very intentional that a system does not want people who look the same to feel united, because when you feel united, that's when power happens, that's when change happens. I think that's one element of it. And then the other element that I see in response is when Africans talk about the experiences they faced that was anti-African or Afrophobic, which is the degrading and dismissive and insulting terms that people use towards Africans, and how globally, once again, how white supremacy has taught us that Africa is an area that is undesirable, that is...
No. White supremacy didn't tell us that. Africans told us that, because you fled your country to come over here, UK and Canada. And you said the reasons were for better opportunities. Okay, we're looking like better opportunities. Okay, so that means Africa has less opportunities. And the fact that you guys never go back, that's like, okay, maybe they're ashamed of what's there. They're running from something. That's just common sense. That's not white supremacy. That's you guys. We're reading your body language.
Wants to go there. Mind you, they're still mining the resources there. They are still getting labor done there for cheap. They are still, if you go to Nigeria, you will see a lot of non-Black people, but still, they will want you to globally feel like Africa is beneath the West. So I think these are two issues going on, and both issues
you guys
is a subgroup.
You guys feel like Africa is beneath the West. That's why you're choosing the West over Africa. I really don't know what's going on here. And when you ask these folks for a conversation, they would make up excuses not to have that conversation.
Group of anti-Blackness. Another thing that I don't like about diaspora specifically, and why I find a lot of conversations triggering for me, is because when we talk about like African Americans and people who have this ignorance to like make jokes or say like African American people don't have culture, which is 100% false.
Yeah, but why do you guys say that? That was never up for the culture conversation, was never up for debate. You guys, that was your argument you came up with. And we're listening like, wait, what? And we're like confused. Like, why are people who supposed to be one with us, why are y'all saying this? Oh, let me guess, white supremacy.
When you say things like this, it's really insulting, because you're essentially making fun of people who have been trafficked to another country. These are people who have been stolen from Africa and
family. Told you. The white man came into Africa, stole us from Africa, and brought us to America. So the slave trade is false. It's really called the transatlantic stolen stolen history or stolen. I don't even know how to word it, but the trade part is not there. There was no buying and selling. Okay. So now I'm gonna go to her comment section. Okay, which already been there. Do you mind joining my panel and going over diaspora wars? It's about time to lay this to rest. Okay, and I'm trying to speak nice. Okay, let me get rid of that. Now she replies to everybody but me. Okay, for sure. Okay, there we go. So look, she replies to everybody. You see that? So she's active in the comment section, and she won't reply. I guarantee you. Now we're stolen.
take false. When you say things like this, it's really insulting because you're essentially making fun of people who have been trafficked to another country. These are people who have been stolen from Africa and taken to the Caribbean, North America, and South America. You're making fun of people who are trafficked, who are stolen. And that's the part that never makes sense to me.
Family, they in their country, they got a whole different version of how we came to America. Listen, that is what she's saying. That is almost the consensus with within African circles, and even some Pan-Africanists. They like to escape blame and culpability in how we got over here. They don't like to admit that Africans are the ones that quote unquote stole us and sold us. You stole us and sold us. There was no trafficking without you involved. You were involved 50%. If there's a RICO case, it'll be you and the white man both defending yourselves.
To me, from Africa and taken to the Caribbean. African American people don't have culture specifically, and why I find a lot of conversations triggering for me is because when we talk about like African Americans and people who have this ignorance to like make jokes or say like African American people don't have culture, which is 100% false. When you say things like this, it's really insulting because you're essentially making fun of people who have been trafficked to another country. These are people who have been stolen from Africa and
the white man stole us. That's what she believes. Go ahead.
Taken to the Caribbean, North America.
You see that? So she's they have been stolen, and so this is the same person. So the way she worded that, these people have been stolen and hold on one more time.
South America to another country. These are people who have been stolen from Africa and taken to the Caribbean, North America, and South America.
Okay, so that language will imply the person who stole us are the same people who took us to the Caribbean and every place she's naming. So this doesn't involve African contributions at all. They literally omit Africa from the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade. They omitted Africa. This is crazy. But I see so many hold this position. I did a whole live showing how this what they believe. I can't even, go too crazy because I see that this is exactly what I can't even say you're lying. They actually teach this and believe this in their circles, in their inner circles, which is crazy.
Okay. You're making fun of people who are trafficked, who are stolen. And that's the part that never, 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 never makes sense to me. Why would you feel like someone who is stolen, why would you make a joke out of that? Like that never makes sense to me, because the reason that annoys me is because like that could have been any of us. Any of us could have been stolen. Any of us could be trafficked. Like if we are, like, I always try to imagine it.
And they want to say xenophobic and all these fancy words they throw on us. You just lied. And you don't believe that's disrespectful. Like we hold dearly to the events that led to our displacement in America. Like, we hold dearly to that. Stolen? You want to go with stolen? Okay.
Today, like if I lost a sibling, God forbid, or like anything happened to someone I cared about,
lost,
and they were taken, and I don't know what happens to them.
Taken.
How do you feel like
you hear this? So she's replaying the events. We were stolen, and Africa didn't know what happened to us. Nigga, where are you? Come down from that tree. Where are you? Come from the bush, nigga. Where you hiding at? This is not the time for games. Where are you, nigga? Oh no, they were stolen. The white man stole them. Oh my God. They're lost. We got to go find the nigga. They still stolen. The white man stole them. This is what she believes.
Descendants of those, imagine it today, like if I lost a sibling, God forbid, or like anything happened to someone I cared about, and they were taken, and I don't know what happens to them. How do you feel like the descendants of those people feel that you're laughing and you're saying it's offensive to be called African American? Like, I really feel like we need to reframe the way we think as Africans to accept that African American people are our lost siblings because they were stolen from somewhere. And it's a high chance, especially if you come from the sub-Saharan Africa where they have been taken, that they could literally be our sisters, our brothers, our cousins, right? So that being funny or like that being a joke is never, it's just so.
See, so this is an inside joke amongst Africans. They lied, they made up the fake narrative, we were stolen, and then they kai and kiki and tether laugh in the back.
Corny to me. And I think to be on American land where African Americans have been here for hundreds of years, it's so clear that their culture has been able to be preserved. And I think something happens when we dissect. I'm talking about African Americans a lot, in particular talking about like Caribbeans or South American people. But I think something happens when we talk about African Americans in particular, because America is a imperialistic country and has done so much harm to the world and has forced its
Wait. Okay, so family, this is another narrative they do. I didn't put this in the PDF, but hold on.
Popularity, because, and I think something happens when we dissect. I'm talking about African Americans a lot, in particular talking about like Caribbeans or South American people.
Watch out for this line.
But I think something happens when we talk about African Americans in particular, because America is a imperialistic country.
She's talking about United States of America. Watch this, family.
And has done so much harm to the world and has.
Okay, so this is their way. Okay, they're lying again about America involvement in the destruction of the world. This is their way of tethering onto reparations, trying to make a reparation claim. They're trying to make a reparative claim. So they have to make America responsible for all of the famine and destruction globally. So everybody have now a reparation case against the United States. This is very, very disgusting. This is very, very disrespectful, and it's low. Well, it's pretty much what they do in Africa. Scam.
Like, I'm talking about African Americans a lot in particular.
They're trying to scam their way into a reparations claim with America instead of holding the countries, the European countries, who are literally responsible. So I think Nigeria with BP. So I think the issue with, I think think it's, I forgot. Is it UK? I think the UK. I think the UK might be Nigeria. I don't know why the French is on my mind. But if I can just randomly guess, I want to say the UK.
Particularly talking about Caribbeans or South American people. But I think something happens when we talk about African Americans in particular, because America is a imperialistic country and has done so much harm to the world and has like forced its popularity to like, we've globalized American culture. I sometimes feel like African Americans get the brunt of this. Like, I feel like sometimes globally people think African Americans have as much power as white Americans or non-Black Americans. And it's absolutely not true. So sometimes I feel like because the culture is so exported, people feel like African American culture is so exported, they think that, oh, well, why you guys have so much privilege. It's not true. Like, one thing I've learned from traveling, Black people are suffering everywhere across the world. Black people are suffering. Like, it's not, being American and being Black doesn't mean it's gonna be easier than being Black in Germany or being Black in Kenya. Like,
it's impossible to be Black in Germany unless you're foundational Black American. It's unless you're coming from this country and you're traveling to Germany. All this blackity black talk, stop it. Stick to the African talk.
Of course, there's certain things that come with having an American passport or having American, like growing up in a country where you have certain things. But this country is so wild because not everybody even has like the vastness of disparity is so immense in America, and you really wouldn't know unless you've been here. So I also really don't like when people who aren't from here talk about this because you don't know. And it's very complex. And I think when you make cultural critiques on people who have been trafficked or kidnapped or...
Oh, here we go again. So you see, that's my point. This is one-sided. These are Africans who got inside jokes, who are playing into this diaspora war thing, this narrative. You see, Africans, why we are on your mind? You got too much to worry about in your country, like fixing it up. Why are we on your mind that you can make up jokes and omit and revise the transatlantic slave trade, the history of it? You got all that time to sit around. Yo, family, they were literally colonized by white people. Their country is in shambles because of white colonizers, and they don't have no inside jokes about the colonizers. They got inside jokes about people who they never met before, who they will probably never see, who never did anything to them wrong. We never wronged them at all, ever. But they got inside jokes that smoke for us. Little to no inside jokes for the people who ransacked their country. The people who are literally the reason why they're fleeing. No smoke, no jokes. Foundational Black Americans. We don't think about Nigerians at all. So when we hear about these like inside jokes and revising history, we be like, huh? Like, you know, we have that scrunch face, like, what? What they say? Like, okay, all right, whatever. We just keep it moving. That's weird. Third world country thinking about us and talking shit about us. We just think that's weird. Like, okay, they got room to talk. Like, okay, I'm not even gonna feed. Like, you know, our average attitude is, I'm not even gonna feed into that. They're too easy to roast, and we just keep it moving.
Or stolen and are descendants of Africans. It's very messy. I don't really feel like anyone should speak on it unless you're from here. I personally feel like I've seen a rise in diaspora war conversations because I think that there is a agenda being pushed to have Africans and African Americans and Caribbean people and South Americans feel like we're not connected, because I feel
we're
that
not. You just said that Africans revise our history, our dear history, and then they clowned it. They made up a new history and then they clowned that. We are disconnected. It's okay.
our unison comes when we actually realize how global anti-blackness is. Like when you realize that the color.
No. Ain't no global anti-blackness.
in my experience here in Atlanta, or the textures in my experience here in Atlanta, was damn near similar to the exact same textures in my experience in Nigeria. And you would think on the motherland things would be different. But I feel like because we have been ruptured as people, we have been colonized, we have been enslaved, we have been victimized and just oppressed for hundreds of years, not just people in America, but on the continent. When you understand the vastness of colonialism, you would know that none of this stuff is funny. A lot of this comes back.
So why do you guys take on the colonizer mentality? Can you explain that? Can you talk to that point?
Down to anti-blackness. But I'm just really tired of these diaspora wars. I feel like we need to find ways of like bringing ourselves back together. Something that I really want to do is I really want to have an event.
Okay, I don't know about the together part. Don't understand. Like, the only divide that I could think of that you could be referring to is when you guys sold us, right? That's the only divide you can possibly refer, is when you guys sold us.
Event where all of us diaspora people, like a Nigerian, a Haitian, an African American, we all just come together and we make an okra dish together, because something that brings us all together in diaspora is the food. Because we have
serious? Food. You mean this shit right here? Like, that's the worst thing to bring up. Oh, what's this? The history of the diaspora. What's this? I replayed that. I don't watch that no more. But wait a minute. She said, come together based on a dish, a food dish. I don't think that's the reference you want to use to bring us together. I really don't. I don't think that will be how we get together.
Say, I do like red meat, though.
And next up, the headliner, Customs and Border Protection uncovering 52 pounds of primate meat.
That's a lot of monkey meat. My goodness.
The passenger claimed it as antelope meat, but the monkey meat coming from Central Africa, possibly this little guy or the sun-tailed monkey.
It looks tasty.
Okay.
No, it looks good.
You'd eat that?
I'd eat it.
You're kidding.
I'm kidding.
Customs and Border Protection says primate seizures are very rare. What's the weirdest thing in your bag right now?
Okay, so I don't think we'll be coming together on a dish anytime soon. All right, so you can drop.
What I really want to do is I really want to have an event where all of us diaspora people, like a Nigerian, a Haitian, an African American, we all just come together and we make an okra dish together, because something that brings us all.
That's not going to happen. Not based on that seizure of bushmeat.
Together in diaspora is the food, because we have so many similarities with how we cook, with how we dance, and I just really wish that that's where we focused. I feel like there's a lot, especially too with the rise of people saying that they're not descendants of Africans, and like that agenda
at all. I'm stamping that at all.
Being pushed. I feel like there's really an there's where we focused. I feel like there's a lot, especially too with the rise of people saying that they're not descendants of Africans, and like that agenda being pushed. I feel like there's really an anti-African vibe going on.
So saying we're Foundation Black American is an anti-African vibe, but she don't see Jamaicans calling themselves Jamaicans and stamping on it. Haitians calling themselves Haitians. Matter of fact, she just called them Jamaicans and Haitians. Okay, but that's not anti-African, is it? That's not anti-diaspora. Only when we say we're not African, we're Foundation Black American. That's the only anti-African statement, right? That's the only African stance, right?
And for the people who are tapped in and know that they are African, they are of African descent and want to feel connected.
The rise of people feeling like they are not African comes from Afrophobia, and it comes from, I think, the trauma, the severe trauma of the realities of what has actually happened to descendants of slavery. I think sometimes the story sounds so excruciating that people want to believe that it just couldn't have happened. And I think because like a lot of people just don't want to be African. Like the way anti-blackness works, people would
Uh-oh.
rather be any other race in the world and come from any other region in the world than to come from Africa. And that is why we're seeing people who don't want to claim being African. And I also just want to talk about how global that is as well, because there are some African people who also claim that we are coming from Israel, but that's a whole other conversation. Like in Nigeria, I've literally heard people say that we are not actually from Africa as well. Like, I
Right.
just think that the way anti-blackness
job.
works is that we
Okay. Whatever. What she talking about? Let's see if anybody accepted my challenge. Nope. I always invite these folks to come on the panel. They never do. Is there anybody in the chat that would like to defend what she talking about? Okay. Is there anybody in the chat that likes to believe that we were kidnapped and stolen and then, spread throughout the diaspora by the evil, let go of that word, by the evil white man? Does anybody cling on to that ideology? I would like to definitely send you the Zoom link or phone number to defend that garbage. I would love to have that conversation. Now let's see if this elder person is ready to hop on. Hold on. Okay, this person right here. All right, let me send this person the phone number. He wants to convince me that we should have some elder system amongst us. All right, so let me put the phone number there. They were supposed to tap in at 10 a.m. It looked like they tapped out. Okay. So let me put this phone number in the. Let me send them the phone number. Oh shit! Are you serious? Damn. Come on. Okay, here we are. Here is the phone number. Okay, here we are. Okay. Akatarian of Avatarian 2.0. The fact is 37 million Caribbean live outside of Caribbean, with 8 million Jamaicans living in other people's land when they only have a population of 3 million living on the entire. Okay, maybe I read that wrong. Okay, no, okay, they're saying total. They're saying total. The fact is 37 million Caribbean live outside of the Caribbean, with 8 million Jamaicans living in other people's lands when they only have a population of 3 point something living on the entire island of Jamaica. 227 Kemet says you keep asking about why she's taking on the colonizer mentality. You sound just like the colonizer. You think John Henry Clark would be ashamed of me? Okay. Now look. Now watch this. They're gonna throw a rock and hide their hand. Watch this. This is for 227 Kemet. Okay, 227 Kemet. There's a phone number. Okay. You call in. The worst I can do is mute you for just over talking or won't stop talking. All right. We can't see each other. I can't lay hands on you. I can't lay hands on you. You cannot lay hands on me. There's a phone number. Or just call the phone number. Okay. This is for 227 who says, why I ask about her taking on her colonizer mentality and I took on a colonizer mentality. 227. Y'all make these crazy claims and y'all flee from um, justifying them. So 227, that's the phone number. And not just 227. Anybody believe like her or defend her or think it's the white man causing the division amongst the diaspora, that phone number is for you too. If you're against FBA's delineating, you think we're crazy, you think we're divisive, that phone number is for you. But 227, most likely you're going to throw rocks, hide your hand, just like her and most of you guys in the diaspora and the continent. You like to believe that it's the white man. You don't want to hold yourself accountable for nothing. So that's the phone number. If you rather the Zoom link, I got that for you too. 227 people who think we're wrong. Okay, so we got Aggie Ma's World says, I have met many African children who told me that they weren't African. Some claim to be from Egypt. I think 227 Kim is one of those people. But Ellie says, nope, I don't want no smoke from you, Ron. Nah, I'm saying I'm going to talk regular. I'm not going to cuss you out or call you names and mute you too much. As long as you respond to questions and don't over talk and run and dance, it should be a good conversation. Even Revenue, when he calls in, okay, he talks a lot. He rarely gets muted. He expresses his thoughts. I counter, I rebut, and it just be that. The last time African Dream called in, he said systemic racism doesn't exist. Did I cuss him out? Did I call him names? No. We actually left the chat. Nobody was mad at nobody. I said, all right, bro, I'll get at you later. So anybody who believes that our position is wrong, delineating is wrong, we should invest in Africa, we should give Africa a second chance, and that we are African, any thoughts like that, this phone number is for you. Okay, but you're saying that, see, 227, this is why we believe, you're a white supremacist who's cosplaying as an African, because we got the phone number there for you and you won't call in. Okay, now commit. No, don't delete. No. Let me get him, Donnie. No. Don't delete. Let me get him. Because I want no excuses. Okay, so when we start doing that, that's their excuse to not call in. So 227 Kemet, I'm just talking to you. You believe we're brothers, right? From another mother. So call in or just ask for the link. Your granddaddy nurse says, oh, I'm about to clock him. Right. So at this point, we think you're trolling because you're making strong accusations. You're making strong claims, but you won't defend them in real time. So eventually we're going to think you're here to waste our time. Okay. We think you're time wasting Tether or time wasting white supremacists, either or. Okay. But you won't call in to have the conversation and you keep quoting. So this is what I'm going to do now. So now that you're ignoring the call in, now I got to time you out. So this is the first warning. So you're going to be timed out for 10 minutes. All right. So you won't be able to say anything. So now you have to call in. So anything that you want to say will have to be via call in. So 227, there's the call in number. Okay. I timed them out for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, 227, come back in here and don't say anything and still troll. I'm going to just time you out for 24 hours. Okay, so after your 10-minute timeout in the corner, if you don't call in, you will be timed out for 24 hours, and then we'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Right? If you repeat the same things, then, we'll block you. And I'm not saying your world stops because you're blocked. I'm not saying that, but at least you're not distracting us anymore. Okay? So we're timing you out to avoid distractions. All right, 227. They have Akatarian. That's a tough name, but I'm gonna call you. I gotta give you a nickname. Avatar. I'm gonna call you Avatar. Avatar said they had 4,000 anchor babies born under British tourism last year. Okay, so we need 227. Let Shawty C said they never want to talk up front with us. They always want to make a selfie video. I say this. I always maintain this. I say they love to talk about us and they hate to talk to us. So like that's kind of like my phrase I coined. They love to talk about us, but they hate to talk to us. Okay. Let me put that on the screen somewhere. Let's see. How can I do that? How do I make a, what you call? That's my slogan right there. That's my phrase. They love to talk about us, but they hate to talk to us. Okay? We put the phone number out there, they won't call in. We put the Zoom link out there, they won't call in. But they will type some crazy stuff about us all day long, and they will make those one-sided diaspora war videos where they don't really have a panel. And when they do have a panel, it's selected, it's cherry picked. So we just simply say this. In your diaspora war videos, please allow a person who identifies as FBA, ADOS, or Freedmen on your panel to have a true diaspora war panel, to have true pushback. Otherwise, it's a planned, it's a staged panel. That's how we look at it. It's a staged panel. Okay, but so 227, now I have to now time you out for 24 hours. Okay. So let me just do that. So we'll talk to you 11:57 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. You're timed out for 24 hours. They love to talk about us, but they hate to talk to us. And then they act like this goes back and forth, this diaspora wars, whatever. Okay. One thing you know about us, that we're going to confront whoever got our name in their mouths. We're going to definitely, we have a history of confronting those people, whether it's white supremacists, whether it's Tethers or whoever, man. We got a history of confronting you. Okay, so what is this video? This claims to be the history of diaspora wars. Let's check it out. Let's give it a chance.
Media, mainly Twitter and TikTok, and if you're watching this, you clearly have, then you've likely happened upon content highlighting the conflict between Native Black Americans and Black American immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean.
What up, everybody? Abdullah E says
something that has been
sound like Tommy Sotomayor. I'm just joking. Peace.
Now, if you haven't heard of it, it's essentially the two groups differentiating and delineating themselves from one another for various ethnic, social, political, economic, and cultural reasons. This content often comes in the form of online debates, insults, memes, and the creation of socio-political groups such as the Foundational Black Americans, or FBA, or ADOS, or American Descendants of Slaves. As someone who naturally just wants to know the origins of things, I decided to learn the history of the relationship between Native Black Americans and Black immigrants. While you may think that this conflict is a new phenomenon among Black people in the 21st century, this relationship actually dates back to the 18th century in this country and even further back. However, for the sake of this video, we're going to focus on the late 19th century and early 20th century, since this was the period where the highest amount of Black immigration took place. So while I was doing research for this video, I happened upon this study right here by a man named Oswald Warner. And he says this: they have arrived so rapidly in what is often called the first wave of Caribbean migration to the U.S. that the rate of growth of the foreign-born Black population...
Wait, what was his name?
...says this: they have arrived so rapidly. So while I was doing research for this video, I happened upon this study right here by a man named Oswald Warner. And he says this: they have arrived so rapidly in what is often called the first wave of Caribbean migration to the U.S. that the rate of growth of the foreign-born Black population vastly outpaced the rate of growth of the native-born Black, the native-born white, and the foreign-born white populations. while the second wave of Caribbean migration began in the 1930s, but in reality, it's more considered a stream. The third wave, which began in the 1960s, has assumed hurricane wave proportions and continues to this day. One of the immediate differences between Black immigrants and Black Americans were race classifications. Back on their homelands, Black immigrants, particularly Caribbean, paid more attention to pigment and racial makeup than Americans did. While American race identification eventually became more binary, where quarter and half Black Americans were just considered Black, the Caribbean and Africans acknowledged mixed race and mulattoes as their own classification. This doesn't mean that racism and discrimination didn't exist in their homeland, it just denotes a higher level of nuance when it comes to race. As Afro-Caribbeans and Africans gained economic, social, and some political advances in their homeland, their racial identity became less and less synonymous with social inferiority. Bringing that attitude with them, Black immigrants were shocked to see how segregation, discrimination, and racism operated in the United States. Not only were they politically underrepresented, they went from being the majority of a population to a minority of a minority's population. To a deep degree, this was their introduction to American Blackness. In Warner's study, he cites an instance of this revelation by saying, quote, "The experience of this painful awareness is exemplified by one Mr. E, a Jamaican participant in Foner's New York study, where he revealed that, 'I wasn't aware of my color until I got here, honestly.' Naturally, this level of misunderstanding led to intraracial conflict between Black Americans and their immigrant counterparts. Black immigrants to a large degree began to distance themselves from Black Americans in order to gain social, economic, and political favors from the dominant society."
Wait a minute. That sounds like this. Hold on. Let me see hold on. That sounds familiar. Okay. That sounds familiar. Hold on. Yeah, this is okay. So that sounds familiar. Hold on. Yeah, it will be about Umar. It sounds like something Umar said earlier. What's this? Okay. I'm just looking for something real quick. I got the conspiracy theories out there. Hell is this? Math Hoffa trying to rebrand himself after he collapsed his disrespect of FBA's. Okay. Okay, so that sound like this. Okay, hold on. So what he just said, let me go back. Let me take you. Look, I didn't even click. See, I hate this. See, now you see for a fact that now this is part of my history. I didn't even click this. So it does this a lot. I didn't click this, but I'll leave that there. How the first Black postmaster I didn't click that though. So a lot of stuff I didn't even click, and it makes it part of my history. I haven't. This one I did click. This is from Pinky Wells. I'm gonna play this. So I did. Okay, so a lot of this stuff I did not click, but it's because it's an option, or it makes it part of my history. So some of the stuff I did click, but I didn't click. Oh shit! Look at this shit. That was a click by mistake. Okay. Let's see. I did not click this. A lot of times I didn't click. I didn't click no full extra nothing. This is all suggestions, and it make them part of my history. I didn't click this. I've seen some of these that are interesting, but I did not click on these. Okay. Trying to get to Umar. The clip of Umar. Where you at, Umar? This Umar right here.
So if you ask the Asian, do Black people deserve reparations? Of course.
So let's rewind this back.
Warner led to Infoner's New York study, where he revealed that I wasn't aware of my color until I got here, honestly. Naturally, this level of misunderstanding led to intraracial conflict between Black Americans and their immigrant counterparts. Black immigrants to a large degree began to distance themselves from Black Americans in order to gain social, economic, and political favors from the dominant society.
You heard that? Okay, Umar says something similar.
Of course not. You ask Black life for unpaid labor damage about you getting no reparations. You or perspective of justicism bigger than America. You understand? The Arab don't want you doing people get something that you're not going to get. It's not irrelevant. What the Latino thinks is their brother and sister, and we are all Americans because Black people are anything else, right? And so as a result of that, the power structure can then say, since you consider yourself to be a part of the family of America, most of us don't think y'all should get reparations. So why don't we put it on the next federal election? Say most of us American citizens, we should have never bought into minority. We should be and no different because history as we have in this country. We have to stand up. Our two that multicultural weapon was used.
What
against
about?
us.
All right, let me stop guessing. Let me just get to it. Let me find my clip. I was being lazy. I was being lazy. Let's get to the clips. I was hoping that was in my history, the clip, but I got some John Henry Clark for you, buddy. So you talking about some John Henry Clark wouldn't approve? All right, that's why I want you to call in. Really, I got some John Henry Clark for you. Okay, we're gonna see who know about John Henry Clark and who don't. Okay, this is it right here. I'm looking for this.
America wants to create this illusion of a multicultural society where race don't matter. And America knows because everybody wants to be here so badly, they don't have a problem shitting on Black people to improve their relationship with the white power structure. So if you ask the America wants to create...
So you hear that? One more time. So kind of what the brother just said, Umar doubles down.
This illusion of a multicultural society where race don't matter. And America knows because everybody wants to be here so badly, they don't have a problem shitting on Black people to improve their relationship with the white power structure. So if you ask the Asian, do Black people deserve reparations? Of course.
Okay, so there you go. He said people don't mind pooping on Black Americans to improve their relationship with the power structure because they want to be here. That's kind of what this dude said.
Warner chimes in on this.
That's exactly what he said.
Between Black. Naturally, this level of misunderstanding led to intraracial conflict between Black Americans and their immigrant counterparts. Black immigrants to a large degree began to distance themselves from Black Americans in order to gain social, economic, and political favors from the dominant society.
Ain't that what every immigrant, first gen, second gen said? Their parents said, stay away from foundation Black Americans, but they made up lies. So now we got the truth. They made up lies to why they want to not be around us. Oh, because you're so violent. Oh, because we watch movies. It wasn't that. It was this. Now we see.
Black immigrants to a large degree began to distance themselves from Black Americans in order to gain social, economic, and political favors from the dominant society.
So that's the real reason why they did not want to be around us. It had nothing to do with movies and what their parents taught them. It was this. That was the reason.
Warner chimes in on this by saying, quote, here, early first-generation Afro-Caribbean immigrants feared that identification and interaction with Black Americans would lead to status reduction and redound, as well into diminished socioeconomic returns. In like fashion, Black Americans were not always willing to incorporate these Afro-Caribbean era vistas into their life world. In response, white Americans, specifically European immigrants, understood and used this distancing to their advantage. While many white Americans treated or mistreated Black people in America the same way regardless of ethnicity, European immigrants would view and treat Black immigrants better than their Black American counterparts.
Whoa. Say that again? Oh, because when they pull us over and they see one of us and the FBA, they ain't gonna differentiate. Wait a minute, that's not what we're learning.
Or mistreated Black people in America the same way regardless of ethnicity, European immigrants would view and treat Black immigrants better than their Black American counterparts, often hiring them at explicit expense of Black Americans as well. According to Warner, we find that an external circumstantial factor where the process of ethnicity racialization was interracial or an external to group process was whites, especially white employers' favorable opinion and treatment of early first-generation Afro-Caribbean immigrants over Black Americans.
Wow. Interesting. So the diaspora Africans were preferred hirees over foundational Black Americans. That makes sense because a lot of our early activists were immigration restrictions, like A. Philip Randolph, W. Du Bois, all those folks, they were not pro African immigration at all because of that reason right there. They said that they would be preferred over us because they don't have this experience with white folks. They don't have that history. So that resentment, when we come around white folks, it makes sense. Like these folks don't have no ties, so they're not gonna feel like that. So when white folks had like the little jokes, and we get offended, and now these foreigners ain't gonna feel that way because they have no connection to those racist jokes. So white folks can be themselves.
In the event a Black immigrant did get a job over a native Black American, they would routinely seek out other Black immigrants to funnel into the workplace.
And that's how we end up. That's how I end up working at. I only did one day in Rahway, New Jersey. End up one of these pharmaceutical factories, and everybody was Haitian except for me. And I'm saying to myself, how the hell they in Rahway, New Jersey? It's like majority foundation Black American at that time. It's like, how the hell did they get so many Haitians in here? Like, so no FBA wanted to work here, and it was like paying decent money. So it's like, there's no way FBAs didn't want to work here. But they get one in, they bring them all in, and we're skipped over.
Opinion and treatment of early first-generation Afro-Caribbean immigrants over Black Americans. In the event a Black immigrant did get a job over a native Black American, they would routinely seek out other Black immigrants to funnel into the workplace.
Interesting.
According to Warner's study, Black Americans in New York City complained that they found it difficult to secure work because these early first-generation Afro-Caribbean immigrants were very clannish, and when they got jobs, they brought in many more of their fellow country folk.
Now, you know this is the early 1900s, right? So foundational Black Americans are complaining that African immigrants, Caribbean immigrants, are preferred to work, to get employed over us. And when they do get employed, they vouch for other Caribbean immigrants to get hired, forming a clan and leaving us in the background and an unemployment, line.
According to Warner's study, Black Americans in New York City complained that they found it difficult to secure work because these early first-generation Afro-Caribbean immigrants were very clannish, and when they got jobs, they brought in many more of their fellow country folk. Since white Americans couldn't tell the difference between Black immigrants and Black Americans from a distance, Black immigrants chose to do their best in visually and audibly separating themselves as well. The study explains this by saying, quote, "In order to racialize ethnicity in public space, more well-to-do early first-generation Afro-Caribbean male immigrants' attire consisted of white shoes, flannel trousers, and linen shirts."
Wow, they even had a dress code to say, "Hi, I'm not foundational Black American. You can hire me."
Others were very deliberate in speaking loudly in their native brogue or accent with the expectation that they would be treated better by whites once it was understood that they were not Black Americans.
So miss me with that car analogy. And the white man pulls over, yes they are, because they're going to ask your license, and some of y'all going to talk in your native homeland accent. Wagwan, or whatever you like to say, that's going to happen. And that white man going to be like, yep, okay, he's one of ours. You dig? Ron Harrison, step out the car, sir. And I'll be taken away only.
Seen as putting on airs with the exaggerated British accent, in retaliation, Black Americans used public ridicule in public spaces to take charge of the racialization process conducted by these Black strangers,
That's crazy.
and simultaneously to rebuff their racialization. In derision of things foreign, and since Africa was foreign to them, these early first-generation Afro-Caribbean immigrants, men and women alike, were called banana eaters and monkey chasers. Now, you may be thinking this was a cruel way to treat people that are a part of your race, but it needs to be acknowledged that this was largely in response to the way Black immigrants were able to associate and disassociate themselves from Black Americans whenever they saw fit. Warner's study expounds on this by saying, quote, "However, most West Indians are Black, phenotypically speaking, and they readily embrace this identity. This racial identity is not secondary to ethnicity. Instead, West Indians shift between these two identities, sometimes emphasizing ethnicity and at other times, race. They emphasize ethnicity when they talk about 1, their achievements in America, 2, behavior, and 3, values. In instances such as these, they often sound anti-Black American. However, when West Indians discuss situations that could be construed as racial, that is, where their physical appearance is important, they often sound pro-Black American. Relevant instances include 1, discussions of how they perceive whites, 2, their experiences with whites, and 3, discussions about politics, the police, and the media. Essentially, Black immigrants were able to pick and choose when they wanted to be considered Black American when it benefited them. This is similar to how
that's called tethering.
European immigrants treated native-born white Americans as well. When it benefited them, they would identify as Italian, German, Irish, or Jewish. When it came to benefiting from political, economical, and social white privilege, they would identify as white American. Overall, however, white Americans largely view Black Americans and Black immigrants the same. In Royce Simon Bryce Laporte's study, he says, quote, "The white landlord, the white shopkeeper, and the white boss will also tell them of their moral superiority of the American Black and the distinctiveness of their accent, and, if British, the grammatical correctness of their English or American, leaving them to believe that they are recipients of exceptional favors when in fact they are being exploited no less than the Black Americans." In 1931, Black American historian and creator of Black History Week and then later Black History Month, Carter G. Woodson, spoke to the fact that Black immigrants didn't view themselves as inferior to white people. In fact, they viewed white Americans as unpolished, crude, lacking in culture and manners, and not to be taken seriously at the social level. This is evidenced by several key political figures that come out of the West Indies during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. One thing that I found during my research for this video was historically, Black immigrants leaned left politically. And not only that, they were largely socialists and communists. Hubert Harrison, who was dubbed the father of Harlem radicalism by A. Philip Randolph, was from St. Croix. W.A. Domingo was another notable socialist during the early 20th century and was born in Jamaica. Communist and founder of the African Blood Brotherhood, Cyril Briggs, was born in
Yeah, this is that Stokely Carmichael talk. You know, every chance he got to talk on a Black Power stage, right? He always brought the communism talk. People talking about tangibles, resources, programs. You know, when it's a panel of Black folks, here comes Stokely Carmichael. Communism, capitalism is the problem. Capitalism is the devil. See, capitalism. It's like, yo, we're not even talking about that, bro. We're talking about tangibles for Foundation Black Americans. What are you talking about?
This. Author Joel Augustus Rogers wrote books combating the notion of Black inferiority, was from Jamaica as well. Famous activist Stokely Carmichael was born in Trinidad. The first Black woman to be elected into Congress, Shirley Chisholm, or Shirley Anita St. Hill, was born in Brooklyn, but to Barbadian and Guyanese parents. She even went to school in Barbados as a kid. Of course, we cannot forget the notable Pan-Africanist Marcus Garvey coming out of Jamaica. However, according to the Brookings Institution, 30% of Black immigrant men voted for Donald Trump in 2020 versus 11% for Black American men. Now, it's no secret that Black immigrants tend to outperform Native Black Americans economically. According to the latest data, Black immigrants have 30% higher median income, 10% higher employment rates, and 10% lower poverty rates than Native Black Americans. This is true for educational attainment as well. Almost a third, 31%, of Black immigrants over the age of 25 have earned a bachelor's degree or higher, compared to only 18% of Native Black Americans. Almost half, 41%, of Black Ivy League students are Black immigrants, despite being only 10% of the overall Black population. In 1997, almost 20% of all adult African immigrants in the United States held a graduate's degree, compared to 8.1% of adult whites and 3.8% of adult Blacks in the United States, respectively. These stats have been true for about a century now. In Warner's study, he states, quote, by 1930, 40% of MDs in Who's Who in colored America were West Indians, while West Indians accounted for between only 1.2 and 1.5% of the population. Reed also estimates that in New York City, as much as 1/3 of the Negro professional population, particularly physicians, dentists, and lawyers, is foreign-born. Very soon, these successful early first-generation Afro-Caribbean immigrants came to be known as Black Jews. Now, if you ask me, this is the heart of the issue: economics. Marcus Garvey spoke on the Jamaican worker by saying this, quote, the Jamaican is a splendid worker when he is taught to work, but he is lazy whenever he is left entirely by himself.
So much for that, that hard work. One more time,
on the Jamaican worker by saying this, quote, the Jamaican is a splendid worker when he is taught to work, but he is lazy whenever he is left entirely by himself. If you want to see the Jamaican work and make good, see him abroad. See him in Cuba, in Central America, in the United States. You will ask, what is the difference? The difference is this: in Jamaica, he is not taught to work. There is no standard of labor. He works as he feels, and he gets nowhere.
Well, okay, that explains the homeland concern. Garvey is crazy, yo.
Gets abroad, he finds a labor standard already there. If he wants to work, he falls in with the labor standard, and he gets the pay of that standard, and he is always successful. This is why the Jamaican abroad can send support for his relatives at home. I quote Garvey because he speaks to what we've known about immigrants overall. Their productivity may be lower on their homelands, but due to the American culture of upward mobility, capitalism, and all of the rights.
So they only work hard when they're not home. That's interesting. You would think the most hard work you put in is your homeland, and they are backwards minded. That's crazy. At least according to Garvey.
That come with it, immigrants come to this country and become overachievers. You compound this with Black immigrants not having the centuries-long history with American racism and discrimination, that there isn't any inherent inferiority complex or racial chip on their shoulder that impedes on their ability to succeed. All of this would naturally result in Black immigrants looking at native Black Americans and questioning why they haven't succeeded in the same ways per capita. On the other hand, Black Americans fought tooth and nail for every right, freedom, or privilege they've gained in this country. While some infrastructure was in place, Black Americans built their own roads, homes, schools, businesses, and towns brick by brick. They gained the right to vote by literally killing and dying for that right.
That's right.
Their economic, political, and social gains came off the back of being treated as literal livestock and pushing through a litany of deliberate setbacks from their own government. All of this was gained, not with the help of the dominant society, but in spite of it doing everything it could to stop them. This did breed an inherent inferiority complex, racial chips on shoulders, and a tumultuous racial relationship between whites and Blacks that have permeated to this day. So, if you're asking President Hotep what he thinks the problem and the solutions are, let me break it down. You remember when you went over your rich or better off cousin's house as a kid? They always had the latest video games, toys, clothes, and sneakers. You were always on your best behavior while your cousin seemingly took his lifestyle for granted. You clean up after yourself, use your best manners, and contribute to the functions of the household while your cousin would leave dishes in the sink, leave their room unclean, and buck the...
Hold on. This is Pinky Wells. At least you got... What's here? Oh, it says they're leaving...
With her head held high and her characteristic optimism, this mother said goodbye to her family and the place she has called home for more than 3 decades.
Damn.
I told my daughters, I don't want you to cry. I don't want to see you cry. I need you to...
Yeah, because that was the whole plan, to sneak in the country, have babies, anchor them here. They're American citizens. They can't be deported. And that was a whole sacrifice. Mom knew eventually she'll get caught, but her plan worked. She already laid the eggs.
Help me so I can leave in peace. Quote, In California, thousands of undocumented migrants are giving up and leaving the state, marking a mass exodus that is relieving pressure on local
Garvey was
resources
brutal
and
on
restoring
Jamaicans,
order
yeah.
in overcrowded cities. More than 1.5 million migrants across the country have opted for voluntary self-deportation through
Play that video for Revenue and Kwame. Tiger said that. Yeah, that's hilarious. And Garvey is funny.
applications like CBP Home, avoiding forced detention.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely play it for Revenue.
Dad, please, Dad, don't leave me. No, don't sign anything. I exist, leaving entire families without a safe.
Now companies avoid hiring undocumented immigrants for fear of federal fines that can reach hundreds of thousands of dollars per violation. Logistics reports show that industries such as agriculture and construction that depend on this labor force have seen a collapse in the supply of informal jobs, pushing migrants to conclude that staying is impossible for them. The U.S. Department of Agriculture estimates that there are 2.4 million farm workers here in the United States, and nearly half of them, 42%, are undocumented. For us, there are almost no workers, and we are the ones doing the hardest work, right? Well, right now with what Tron is doing, people can't come here to work.
They are leaving on their own, driven by tougher laws that make daily life a constant risk. Immigration pressure policies include cutting driver's licenses, closing free clinics, and blocking access to basic services, making existence untenable. I received emails saying that if I didn't automatically leave the United States, I would be charged $998 for each day. And through CBP, I decided to resort to the self-deportation process. This strategy is cheaper and more effective than traditional deportations and has resulted in relief for trafficking and public resources in the state.
All right, let me do a roll call before I get up out of here. I'm starving like Marvin, like for real, for real. Very, very hungry. Woke up 7 a.m. I tried to get on here at 7:30, wasn't possible. I got on here at 8 a.m. You dig, somewhere around there. Been on 4 hours and, could say 4.5 hours. Starving like Marvin, gotta eat. I will try to be back later. Fleedeman, that's funny. Fleedeman. Undermining wages, exactly. Bebe Rodriguez. That's why we cannot be pro this garbageness. Nikki P. Now that's the Supreme Court. Now that the Supreme Court is interpreting the Fourth Amendment as it should have always been. Even people born here to illegal immigrant citizens can be revoked. Yeah, I mean like that's foul. That's foul. You can come here illegally on purpose, real quickly drop off eggs and then bounce. The Prince of Paraphernalia, aka the Pop. Peace to you, Renaissance woman. I know nothing. Shirley achieved. Shirley was a big supporter of immigration. So when Shirley Chisholm came over here, she got elected to Congress, I think 1968, and she like the video said, she started to be right away pro-immigration, right? Passing laws or supporting laws of immigration, right? Like the video said, once they get here, they want to unload the rest of them over here. Undermining what we got. C-Wise, peace. He said, that's why I preach on the radio that in 50 years, Black Americans' freedom will be wiped out and the Black elites do not care. Well, that would have worked before this delineation stance. Like now we're like gathering and being aware of this. Majestic. That's true of all Africans and Caribbean. He's laughing. Shiftless, Donnie says. Salita Marie says, these tethers want to transfer the wealth of our ancestors left for us to them under any means necessary. Yep. For most of them, you can see it's all about, well, at least the ones that we come in contact with, you can see it's all about the bag, man. It's all about money. It's all about making Africa great, four-lane peace. Right. Who started the division now? Right. So I made a video. Stop. You in the microphone. I made a video explaining the dashboard, how it started. And dude comes at it, this brother come at it from a different angle. But this seems to be on point still. Ray said the FBA woman is God's gift to the world. Okay. Okay, he said once you scroll past the video, damn, scrolling past it makes it a automatically, wow. That sucks.
No.
FBA looks for the AI to respond to what race we'd like to be. Buckhorse DC. Yeah, so family. Once again, you guys make the lives popping with your attendance, support. I think you did good on the likes. Let me see, double check. Last I checked, the likes were pretty good, decent. Let me see. Yeah, not bad, not bad. We should be at minimum 200 likes. The person who was supposed to hop on to teach us about why we need elders never got a chance to hop on. Maybe next time. Yep. Okay. So family, thanks for those who sent super chat, super stickers. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. For those that cash apps, I appreciate respect to you guys. So some people are, silent donors. Like they don't want to get a shout out for their donations. So they will send a cash app, man. I don't shout them out. I don't, because they're sending a cash app for a reason. They want to be anonymous donors, and I respect that. So, but thank you guys for silently donating. It's still just as good as a loud donation. All right, peace, family. We'll get up later. It's all about the lineage, man. It's all about getting on code and fighting for what's ours and what's owed to us. You feel me?